human perspective.
Is now the ultimate power in the universe.
Sharing the love, spreading the light in real time. Friday night love stream.
Very happy to have a guy we instantly resonated with. Unbiased and on the fence. I'm talking about Shane C. Robinson. And his purpose is to rise above the worldviews that are designed to separate us so we can unite as one.
Sometimes you have to sort of take a step back, and I think Unbiased and on the Fence is a really, really good title for your show, because you are in the central point when you're unbiased and on the fence. That's what it means. It doesn't mean you're indecisive. It means you are taking the central point and you're seeing the multiple perspectives.
Unbiased and on the fence.
If you haven't checked Unbiased on the Fence, go and check his channel out. You might like it.
This is Dan Holfeld from Talk is Cheap, and you're listening to Unbiased and on the Fence with Shane Robinson.
If this much sincerity enters your life, come to this much. What I know, I know. What I do not know, I do not know. I don't believe anything, I don't disbelieve anything. I'm willing to look at everything. You will become a sensible human being.
Have you checked out our website?
Visit us on the web at uotf.net. You're listening to The Love Stream.
All around the world in real time.
This is Shane with Unbiased and On the Fence. You're listening to the Friday Night Love Stream.
Your calls, your stories, on air. You're listening to the Love Stream.
Sharing the love and spreading the light all around the world. This is Unbiased and On the Fence.
Unbiased and on the fence.
Happy Friday to you guys, or it's Saturday for some of you, it looks like. Let's see, I want to first tell you guys about the imec.world website. Of course, due to the current situation, it was going to be held in Connecticut, but now it's going to be live streaming June 20th through 26th. Now, of course, we're talking about the 2020 East Coast Mandela Effect Conference. And so, as you see, just 42 days left as of right now. And it's going to be completely free, completely online. And so you definitely want to get over here, subscribe to the email list so that you can participate. Since it's going to be online, we're going to be having some like Zoom groups and things like that, which we're going to have to be able to send you because of the way Zoom's been, people have been posting Zoom links publicly, like on social media, and then people have been sort of just hopping in there and having their way with the group and sort of disrupting things, trolling and things like that. So it's really important that if you do want to participate in the social part of it, meet other people, have discussions and things like that through some of the Zoom meetings that we're going to have between the conference speakers, then you definitely want to head on over to imec.world, imec.world. And that, of course, stands for the International Mandela Effect Conference. So as you see here, if you come to the website, you can see we have Regina Meredith as our keynote guest speaker this year. And it's got everybody listed here. You can go to the event schedule. You can go to the speakers. Of course, pricing, it's free, so no worries there. You can learn more about the International Mandela Effect Conference and all that good jazz. So please do check that out. Let me check the phone lines here. All right, perfect. So hopefully we'll be hearing from, I wanted to give a shout out to Kimber Kiss YouTube channel. She might be calling in later. We had a BQH session, but I didn't know she had a YouTube channel. John Benny introduced us. So when she told me she had a YouTube channel, I was like, oh, well, shoot, you should come on. We can talk about your BQH if you want to. And then we can, send some people over to subscribe to her channel. She does like card readings and stuff like that. So I had no idea. So hopefully she'll be coming on. Shiny might be joining us later. I know she's been doing a lot of gardening, so I wanted to see what that's like. Maybe she might have some tips for other noobs out there that have no idea about even how to begin gardening. So let's see. I'm going to come on over here to the chat for a moment. Make sure I'm not missing anybody here before we go to the phone lines. All right. Let's see. If you're in the call queue and you want to speak, please do raise your hand by pressing *2, or if you're on the internet, you can just hit the little up hand button. But that way I know that you want to speak and you're not just listening. Okay, we do have a hand popped up here. Let's see who we got here. 651 area code. Who am I talking to?
This is right-wing fundamentalist Christian Hope. I've called you a few times, hit and miss here or there.
Hope. Yeah, I remember you, Hope.
Yeah.
How are you? How you been doing?
And, well, I was sitting outside in the sunshine and my hammock this morning, and you kept coming to my mind, and I want to call. But I'm like, okay, well, sometimes I try calling and it doesn't go through, And so then it's like, I don't want to call with, you know how it is, when you have people that aren't into all this stuff, you don't want to be talking about all this weird stuff. So so I'm like, okay, fine, I will call. If nobody's home and the phone call goes through, and so it's like kind of late, and all of a sudden I'm like, clicked on your show, there you are, boom, here I am. So basically, so what I'm getting, okay, so when I was in church, and I was whole hog like you and I would have, like you're in the Mecca, Tulsa, Oklahoma,
oh,
praise
yeah.
Jesus. Anyway, so I'm totally tracking with you. So then I got into and I was always like the intercessor, the prophet, kind of giving words of God to whoever my pastor was. So I kind of clicked into that office, let's use Christian, that office with you.
Right.
Except for what I'm getting is that, like, okay, you're so good about bringing people on and letting them ramble on and on and on and on. But what I'm getting is that there's pearls of wisdom in you. You've listened to a lot of people. You have a range of experiences, and you are also, one thing I'm very appreciative about my Christian times, and I understand why that was my first platform, is that there's just a knowing that it's going to be okay.
Yeah.
That I see, like the people that come in through the quantum or the science or whatever aspect, they are brainwashed to think, oh yeah, there's a loving God and he's going to take care of it, you know? So the brainwashing is really working for me, because somewhere deep inside I have that, like, I don't know what the hell's going on. And the more I think about stuff, it's like we're all getting lied to. We are being lied to, and it's just a bunch of stories that we're all making up. So it's kind of like, okay, Hope, take your pen, sit outside, and make some shit up, because everybody else is just making shit up. But anyway, so it's kind of like, what if everything they say is true, and you're like, you got this magic wand, just like write down some stuff from your vantage point of what it would be like, how it would be nice, like if Palladians drop down in your backyard, it might be a little daunting, you know what I mean? So like from your perspective, how would this play out well, and kind of, so that's how I'm rolling. I'm like so confused and like conspiracy theoried out and like whatever. So anyway, so that's my mindset.
Right.
But through all this maze or whatever, you are a calming voice of reason. You are very much a pastor, and I'm supposed to open, like, between the two of us. Okay, oh yeah, this is another thing too. So I'm in Minnesota, and so we're going to go quantum, okay? So I am putting this big kind of loving fence or rainbow or whatever all the way down to Tulsa.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just going to beam love and happiness and peace and all good Jesus things between all of us and whoever else is on the love stream, because it's a love stream. But then I'm supposed to shut up, which obviously is going to take all the power of Jesus. And because there's like somehow between the two of us, like you're gonna like the flow of the Holy Spirit. You're gonna the anointing's gonna fall. We're just going back. Anointing's gonna fall, and the Holy Spirit's gonna speak through you what needs to be whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So how crazy, quantum, Jesus, Southern Baptist can you get?
All right.
Okay, so I'm shutting up. Believe it or not, praise Jesus, there's a miracle.
Well, what's funny is that, I've gone really full circle, because when I was in religion, it was like, oh, well, just trust God and all this stuff, and then it's like I got away from religion, and it's like I've gone really full circle. I've took Jesus with me out of the religion, went full circle back around to realizing that there's this whole agency there that's looking out for us, that's helping us. They're not going to completely do it all for us. I mean, even if you think about the Bible stories, even the miracles like Moses, he had to stretch out that rod. That's all he had to do, but he had to do something. It was a cooperative miracle. And I think this is a time that we, even something small, like reaching out a hand to help someone, like Moses reached out his staff, it's like a time when the smallest acts of kindness can go a really long way. And out of all the other stuff, you can see that's all a big show, but it's waking people up. It's doing its part for those people that they can see, they're starting to see through the lies. And so for a lot of people, it's their great awakening right now. They're looking at the media. They're seeing these stories come out, how things were staged and how that it's being blown out of proportion. Not saying it isn't real or there's not something happening, but there's definitely a push to create a lot of fear surrounding all of this stuff. And what the Holy Spirit is telling me is fear not. Fear not. Everything's working out perfectly. People are going to wake up from what they need to wake up from. The truth is getting spread around. And it is. It's a great awakening. I never could have even envisioned it this way. How about you, Hope?
No. I'm one of the ones that wanted Jesus to come down and fix everything.
Oh, yeah,
So,
me too.
And I'm still holding that out because I keep hearing, everyone has to have their experience. And nobody is afraid of COVID, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I shouldn't say any names. But anyway, they're not afraid of that. They're afraid of dying.
Mm-hmm.
And I was watching Russell Brand, of all people, and he was saying that, like, one of the most Googled things now is prayer.
Mm.
And so, and I will just say, everybody, some people are hook, line, and sinker, believing, like, the nightly news and whatnot. And I want to feel bad for them because it's like I'm kind of torn. Like, I don't buy into all the whatever.
Yeah.
But I do understand that if I go to a store and I'm not all masked up, because up here in Minnesota we're still getting kind of the, lockdown face mask storyline.
Yeah.
So when I go to the store, in kindness, I don't want to, like, people fear me because they think they can catch something. Now, big picture, you know, like, how is this good? Okay, so basically, we're all we're working towards being divine sovereign beings. And our energy fields and our energies and this person and that, and we have this connection and that connection. And, you know, like back in the day, you know, you go to the bars and guys would hit on you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that means that they were throwing hooks into your energy field and draining your power.
Mm.
And I'm from the, I was born in 58, so it was a much different world, and I realized, like, watching old TV shows and stuff like that, it's like, oh my gosh, we were like, women were prey, you know, like just trying to get in your pants, you know. Anyway, enough of that. So what we're learning now is, like, everybody is staying out of each other's energy fields. We're all staying at home. You know, like, it might not at home, but I mean, in general, I think the Holy Spirit or whatever, our divine helpers are, or us, actually, the kingdom of God is within. That's where I've been, like, shifted. Like, instead of thinking about angels and God and far off, it's like Jesus said, the kingdom of God is within. So anything I'm pulling from within me and radiating out. So we're learning new ways of operating energetically. And I know that when I go out places, I was guilty of it too. I don't see energy fields, but I walked into a place and I see people with their face masks, and then it's like, oh, yeah, and somehow I feel like I'm pulling my energy back in. Not contraction, but just tending to my own knitting, you know, like keeping my energy hands to myself. Mm-hmm. So that is a major thing that we're all learning. First of all, globally, I mean, every country, globally. Okay, so that's got to be God, because the Democrats and Republicans can't get along. No two countries can even cooperate, whatever. So it's got to be the Holy Spirit. It's got to be a God thing, that the whole world is in on this. And just think of this, like, the whole world in a short span of time has learned new rules. Now, maybe they weren't the ones that, you know, we are wanting in place, but the systems are there to get the word out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm excited about things all from that level. Then I have one more thing, and yes, Jesus is a miracle worker, because I'm going to shut up and let you talk, because I know you got something that the Holy Spirit has put on your heart. We're just going all out. Anyway, so I was going to go to the park yesterday. I had a cup of coffee. I was going to go sit on a rock in front of a lake and just, like, bask in the nature and all that. I walk out, and there's two men. One's probably about early 70s, and one was, like, probably my age, like early 60s. Mm-hmm. And I'm walking, and those two had been talking, and then one of them says, "Hey, where's my coffee?" And I'm just like, oh yeah, you know, kind of like hitting on you, kind of thing, you know. Right. Men my age are just awful in their energy. I don't see it, but I can tell, which works for me, because I'm like, I always have a bag of crappy energies that I pulled off of somebody, you know. I'm working on not doing that or whatever, being an empath, whatever. So I always have, like, a pile of shit. Excuse me. Like, okay, go ahead, take this. But anyway, so instead of, like, I just said, oh, I'm social distancing, and I was trying to walk off. Well, anyway, somehow I got suckered in. I'm like, geez, here I'm going. Just ignore, walk on. But anyway, we got talking. So I'm talking with one guy, two guys that have not been on the internet at all, and one doesn't even have a cell phone, and they're just all upset about this. We're all going to die. Well, one is we're all going to die, and it's little kids are even dying, and just buying the whole line. Mm-hmm. And then one's more like me. Let's say, okay, you know what? If I'm going to, I don't, you know, it's like I've watched so many near-death experiences. experiences on YouTube. It's like, it doesn't matter how you die. Like, people have been just like road pizza. They scrape up the parts, bring them to the, whatever. They die, they go to the heavens, and it's like, oh, no, my child, you can't stay here. You have to go back. And it's like, no, I don't want to, so you don't get to die just whenever you want to. You got to get your work done,
Right.
A 3-day flu, that is nothing. I sat with people that, got medicine to death with cancer, for God's sakes. A 3-day flu, it's a gift from God. But anyway, so I started talking with these, they were starting to kind of attack me, evidently, it's like, because I wasn't wearing, I don't know. They were looking for a fight, and it's like, well, okay. Anyway, so somebody said something about Trump in a positive way. So I'm like, okay, there's my in. So anyway, I don't know how long we sat there, for like an hour. And we were all standing our 6 feet away and talked. And they were regular guys. One was a Catholic and one, and I'm like, you don't get to, nobody's afraid of this thing.
Mm-hmm.
They're afraid of dying. And I said, if it's my time, I will go. I will be happy to go. If I work here on earth, I will stay here on earth. And the one guy said that when he was young, he had a near-death experience, and he was he goes, so I know I'm here for a reason. And he started talking about faith, and he's like, yeah, I mean, if I was going to be gone, that would have happened long ago. Well, the other guy that was so afraid and so hooked into, I started talking to him. He knew nothing about any alternative stuff, and I'm like, well, okay, I have a master's degree in food science and nutrition. I have a blah, 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 ran off all my degrees, to impress people. Anyway, and I said, it doesn't even make sense what they're talking about. I said, did you see there's a video where Trump pulls out all the generals and talks about I didn't say the worst, I just said maybe the non-prescription chemicals. I'm trying to I don't want to get anybody defunded, okay? So talked about that, how he came out and point blank said that, and so I said, it doesn't even make sense. Like, you can go through a drive-through and catch somebody sneezes on your food, and you can catch something. It's like the protocols that they have in place are not going to stop anything that could cause bodily discomfort. Mm-hmm. Anyway, I said, it's got to be something different. They pulled in all the little kids. I said, I know for a fact, my husband was a teacher. There's been times when the only time that they have called off school was when half of the kids in a school were gone, and it was just too hard to keep everybody on the same page. So they just called off school for a few days till the flu kind of blew over. My husband was a teacher for 40 years, and all teachers know they don't get sick because they get immune to everything under the sun. They have little kids sneezing, blowing, whatever on them all day long. So anyway, I took a little science and whatever, and at the end, I said, I don't know, but I just know it's a whole world thing. It's too big. God's in control. And so the guy who doesn't have a cell phone, isn't on the internet, he said, yeah, people are waking up. They're like, every word, like it could have been Magenta Pixie talking about what's going to happen. Like, even the exact wording and we're all telepathic. We're all getting the same message. Something's wrong.
You know what? That's funny you said that. I wanted to chime in because I was just talking to my daughter earlier, how it seems like we've almost hit that 100th monkey effect that they say, where it's sort of, it's like people are just starting to get it like automatically. And I'm like, that's weird, because they're like what you're saying, they're not even connected, and then they're getting it. How are they getting it? They're getting it through the consciousness, the collective consciousness. It's finally hitting that tipping point that we've been waiting for so long.
Okay, so that's it. So that was my story I was supposed to tell you, and then I'm going to be quiet and let you, like, there's some, like, wealth or, like, well, even just the resonance of your voice is very calming, and then you just have such a chill, like, I know everything's going to be okay, but then there's something, like, whatever the next thing you're going to say, it's anointed by the Holy Spirit. Oh,
that's
this
funny.
is
that
what
you...
I'm getting now.
Go ahead.
Just a sec. You're getting new mantles. Like, evidently, I go around, like, we're at the time where, people, like, their talents, the guy that placed out all the talents, and then the ones that didn't do anything with them and hid them, they're getting taken away from them. And I'm kind of a pirate, like, and I gather them up. And now you're going to be being given gifts, talents, and abilities from other people that weren't doing anything with it. So as you talk and as you speak, like, that's going to go out. And then also the people that line up with you are going to be, this is a crowd, it's a big enough gathering that we can hold space and, I don't want to say protect, but, like, protect. It's just protect this game. Anyway, but they're going to be flow out of you, and then you're going to kind of get down a look. Santa Claus with the big bag of anointings and gifts and cloaks and not cloaks. What's the gift? What's the word? I don't know. It's some prophetic word. I'm kind of rusty on that Christianese. But anyway,
yeah, me too.
You know what I mean? But what they would say, anointings and giftings and whatever, are going to come on you, and they're going to, like, since you're kind of the pastor, they're going to be passed out in this community, because it's whether we perform perfectly or not, our heart is that goodness and kindness and gentleness and the actual teachings of Jesus and living it, and that's what we want. Okay, now I am going to shut up.
Well, it's more and more it's coming to me how, and I guess I don't mention this much because it might sound ultra religious to those who weren't raised Christian or whatever, but I really feel like this is sort of the time of Pentecost in a way where, we're going to see this inflowing of all of this energy. I mean, I'm viewing it much differently than I did when I was in Christianity, but it's really the same process, where you have the Christ consciousness flowing in. You got the Comforter, the Holy Spirit in Christian terminology, coming in and filling people with power, and they're doing this light language that we call in this community. You know what I mean? So it's like
isn't that funny?
Yeah, and then I've even had a few. I've already been having a lot of telepathic things happen. I've had actually a few psychic things happen, like where I knew just a few minutes ahead of time, the precise time something was going to happen. So things are ramping up. I already see it in my own life, and I'm just telling people, pay attention. It's not just me that I have some special gift. This is the time that these gifts that Joel was talking about, where the young men will dream dreams or prophesy, and the old men will. You guys know the scripture. I can't remember, but yeah. I think that's the time
dreams and visions anyway.
Yeah, and it's like this. We're in this time now that people are starting to see more. They're starting to have these very vivid, lucid dreams. They're starting to have more out-of-body experiences, or people are having the, sort of the precursor to the out-of-body experiences where they lay in bed and they feel the vibrating and they feel, I don't know, just like they're just about ready to go out of body. And I think it's, and then that message I got the other day about the soul loosening and creating an easier environment to start going out of body. And once you do that, there's just a whole world to explore. You can go do anything, go anywhere, learn anything, and it's just. And I feel like we're already doing this at night. We just don't remember.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, excellent. So let's see. What else do you have? What do you feel about the day of Pentecost thing? Do you feel like a modern day Pentecost type event where we're going to have, I don't know. Do you see anything like that happening?
I hadn't even thought about that.
I mean, I don't know for sure, but I'm saying something that you can think of as being similar to that, a modern day version.
Oh, well, I know I personally am believing and have even recently, been brought back to that, your old men will see, visions, and your son. I think the one that got me was your sons and your daughters are going to dream dreams. So I have 5 children, so it's kind of like, I'm standing, and then, and this is kind of a sweet one too. This is one. Okay, so this is one that I think way back in the day, like in early 90s, I think I heard Jerry Savelle talking about the glory of the Lord. Isaiah, the glory of the Lord will rise upon you. I can't even remember what it is. But anyway, so we're going to, in Daniel, it talks about in the end times, the wise ones are going to shine. And for a long time, maybe the beginning of 2000, I would get, we were going to be called the shiners. The Holy Spirit's going to rise up, which I didn't know. I started seeing 11:11 in 2009, around that time, and that's kind of when I got my galactic universe. Okay, now we're not going to be so churchy and Bible-y, and kind of, there's more out there, which kind of makes, it's so funny when you wake up about it that, it's I would just think this whole big universe, but there's just heaven, and there's earth, and there's nobody or anything else, and God and the angels and a few devils. But anyway, no, I think it's a weaving of the Christians and the New Agey, what we would call New Agey light worker, whatever, Starseed people, because the language, and then now, okay, so those two have been pretty much woven together in and not everybody, not just the regular person that goes to church and sits in the pew and just does their time. But I'm talking about born again Christians that, well, I'm putting it in air quotes, born again, but on fire for God, or a step up, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Their verbiage and their language. And there's this other gal that I watch. She does a Monday through Friday thing. She's into Q. She's also into, she's like, I just love the stars. Look at this. And then she knows about the Schumann resonance, too. Mm-hmm. So the Christians and the starseeds, now the Christians would think it's all from the devil, but anyway, it doesn't matter as long as we're linked up in what we believe and know. And then now it was kind of my confirmation that the people that weren't even on the internet that were watching the news or getting their information from that, no, something's not right either.
Right.
But
I think a lot of people can see things just don't add up. I mean, I could tell early on, I was like, the numbers just aren't, and even with them kind of blowing the numbers out of proportion, they still weren't adding up to, what, I don't know. And, I can see them saying that we've had good numbers because of our response to it too. So, there's never any way to really prove anything. But,
yeah, well,
go ahead.
Well, I will just say from the get-go, this isn't rocking my boat because my grandma had the Spanish flu in 1918. I said, Grandma, tell me about that. Well, she was 10 years old. She said that it was horrible. She said it was a virus that hooked onto healthy people's immune system, so it went through their systems very quickly. One day they would be fine, the next day they would be dead. She said 3 people over here at this farm, 4 people over here. So the younger people and the older people were not as susceptible. She said that the last thing she heard her mother say was, she was 10, she heard her mother say, now, Lenora, you got to help me. We're going to be taking care of all these people because, people needed help. Strong, healthy farmers were down. Their animals, they needed food, all this stuff. She said it felt like a punch in the gut, just horrible pain in her stomach. She keeled over, and she doesn't remember everything she doesn't know if it was 10 days, 2 weeks, or whatever, but she survived it. So genetically, I'm programmed to like decode any virus, get some antibodies, and move on. And I'm pretty sure that I probably have the antigens, because my cousin, I had her over in like the middle of March, I think. Well, she was just all stressed out because her job, they sell things to people in China. And she was just having, like, China was all on lockdown because of this virus. It hadn't come over here, and she couldn't get anything in and out of the port, so she was all stressed out. She came over, and then we sat here, and she said, oh, my allergies are just bothering me. So we were sitting at a table working on a puzzle. She's coughing and running her nose. I just brought a box of Kleenex over, and she was just like, we sat next to each other as we ate chicken soup. I mean, for like 4 hours, basically, the woman breathed on me, you know? And then the next morning she comes home or sends me a text saying, ended up in the emergency room. She was sick as a dog. I mean, sick as a dog. They sent her home, gave her Tamiflu, which she threw up, and she was out for, fortunately, she's got a neighbor next door that was a nurse and could check on her and whatnot. But anyway, so all this is going on. So I'm like, and they tested her and said it was influenza A, but this is before they had any testing. Anyway, so I'm like, oh, it was the flu. So I just did a little extra like exercise to heat my body up, and I went to the sauna at the gym for the next few days to kind of heat myself up and get cleared up, and I got a little scratchy throat, and then I was over it. And so then later on we're talking, well, she said, you know, a couple weeks before, or a couple Fridays before she had come to my house, they had these foreign nationals in that they weren't supposed to be having. You know, we didn't really know anything about it. I'm like, well, I'm pretty sure you had the, you know, whatever, and you tried giving it to me, and it bounced off of me, so you know what I mean? Anyway, so there's a story of hope. Okay, so I feel like there's some like word, like a declaration or a proclamation. Like, say you're a pastor, and there's a blessing that, like, may the Lord bless you and keep, something like that you're supposed to speak over your listeners and, like, the whole world. Because now this is another thing, like God and the angels and stuff like that, they follow the rules. But now this has been kind of like a attack of the enemy globally. So that means now that's opened the door for us to go global with our intentions. And what I keep hearing is, if it's been used against you, it's now being used for you. So every time I get in fear about, and that's no weapon formed against you will prosper, that Bible verse, if anyone stirs up strife, it's not from me, says the Lord. Whoever stirs up strife will fall because of you. And then I never wanted to pull out Psalm 35, but in the last few years, God's like, okay, you got to pull that out. Contend, O Lord, with the ones who contend with me. And then, you know, goes through all that litany, and then it says, may ruin overtake them by surprise. May the net they hid entangle them. So I feel like I'm not causing any trouble. I'm sending out love, but may ruin overtake them by surprise. May the net they hid for me entangle them. So they're going to get caught in their own net. And I've been hearing that narrative on the kind of Trumpy, you know, like he's being able to take what has been used to bring us down and you turning it against them. Okay, so hit it. Please.
Say it again. You cut out?
I said, okay, now it's your like, I feel like there's a blessing or a goodness or something from you, a word of the Lord for this world from you.
Well, I think more than ever is a good time that we are, if you think of prayer as sort of petitioning or putting something out there, asking for assistance or something along that line, strength or whatever to get through whatever you're going through. And if you think of meditation as sort of sitting quietly and listening instead of petitioning, I think now more than ever is a time for meditating, to quiet yourself and just listen to what the Holy Spirit has to tell you right now, because everyone's on their own journey. Everyone can affect people around them differently. I know I've been sort of doing my part to share any sort of, anything that's sort of more mainstream on Facebook. I don't normally get on Facebook, but now is the perfect time to get my account banned. I'm going to spread some stuff. What's funny is that some of the stuff that's been shared around, you'll get a message back saying that fact checkers have deemed this, they're going to add some sort of little message with it. So they're already trying to, at least they're leaving the stuff up in some cases, but other times they're just going to attach their propaganda to it. But at any rate, people will see it or they won't. You can't really, at this point, gosh, you'd almost have to be blind not to see it, I mean, I understand there are people that's essentially blind because they haven't looked into anything or whatever, but I mean, while everybody's sitting at home right now, and gosh, I guess if all you have is regular TV, I don't know. There's just so much that doesn't get reported on TV that you have to go to alternative sources. And then the way they talk about alternative sources on regular TV creates a situation where no one trusts anything. It's just sort of, just nothing but lies. But it's really, everything's turned on its head, I don't know. What do you do? Stuff can be laid out perfectly and have all this proof laid out, and people are still like, people are going to see it or they're not, though. And that's sort of a message, I think, for the group, is not to get stressed out. Just like with the Mandela effect, people are going to see it, which I wanted to mention that scripture you mentioned actually changed, Hope, the one about the talons and hiding it, and now it's pounds, and he hides it in a napkin instead of a handkerchief, I believe it was originally. Did you know about that one, Hope?
No, it's hard to keep up. But I am going to, and maybe this is pride, but unicorns are in the Bible now, and I'm claiming that one.
I think there was quite a few of us that were secretly pulling for the unicorns. I know I was.
Let's just say there's been some people in my life that, are so we all get like, oh boy, my fairies and unicorns, and they're, well, let's just say, whatever, participated in some non-prescription pharmaceuticals, nature plants that, like, dang it, she's right. They're here.
Now, were you talking about just just the lower grade plant medicine, or were you talking about actually taking an ayahuasca journey or something?
No, just just a neighborhood thing.
Right. Just some herbs.
I don't want to,
right.
let out anybody or what. Who cares, But anyway, yeah. So I just like, okay, because anyway, and they weren't too happy about it. But then once they're like back to normal, it's like, I'm like, okay, well, I want to talk to the mushroom you. But anyway, okay, so Shane, when you were talking and as you kept talking, the first thing I saw was the world, and it kind of looked like a lady with these, like a head with all these little twisty, like a little, like tornadoes, wingy springs, like all over it. And it was kind of like a corkscrew, like all over the world, going in, and that's how it was for a while. And then as you started to talk more and more, then the corkscrews going in caused release, and then some corkscrews going the other way came out of the earth, and they were kind of like of a darker nature.
Right.
And then the original corkscrews went to the core of the earth, and then I just saw it like flashing out in like golden.
Oh, that's
So
beautiful.
yeah, there you go. Yeah. Amen. Okay.
Have you noticed that your gifts have been ramping up? Before I let you go, Hope.
No. It's just been all over, and I think I'm I can say it here. I think I'm a time traveler, except for I stay in one place in one house all the time, and it's just kind of like I get dropped into this frequency, or like, and I don't know who all I can say is, I don't know what energies these are. These are not healthy, good, whatever. What are we going to do to change this or whatever? So I'm like all over the place. Plus, I don't know. Like all these things. Oh, meditation to remember who we are. We have to remember who we are. Remember, and everybody's like, oh, I was the high priestess in Atlantis, and I was this and that, blah, blah, blah. No, not me. No, I don't remember anything. I just always say, okay, I'm choosing the best of my best, and I choose ascension. But I also know that I am getting away with a lot of stuff as long as I stay in my veil of amnesia, because either two things. Either I'm like a two-dimensional triangle, purple triangle, and I'm a nothing, and I just believe the rhetoric, and I started doing stuff, and it kind of worked. Or I'm some powerful being, and if I knew who I was, then it'd be game over. It wouldn't be fair. I'd be a ringer. So I'm staying under the veil of amnesia and pretending like I'm just going to make shit up. I'm going to sit outside, use my creativity, and like, okay, how can we flip this, or what am I going to bring in if I had a magic wand, and doing it like that. So, and then I think we're cleaning out our masculine, discordant masculine the last few days, according to Jason Estes anyway. Anyway, it's like all this conspiracy things, and I'm just paranoid, and they're all gonna out to get me, and I don't even trust me, and it's all weird. And I always go back to flowers. I like flowers, and my body heals. If I get a cut, it heals in 2 weeks. A whole bunch of chemicals. I don't even know what the process is. I don't even try and do it. So something is beautiful and good, and look at the trees and the birds, and it's going to be okay. But it's like right now I'm working through all that discordancy or whatever. So no, my gifts have, no, I love being in my little Christian box. It was just so simple, and there's just the devil and a few demons, and now you got layers and whatever, and well, but here I am. So, but I'm being okay and not being okay, and know that I'm here, and I send the light of God, and like wherever I land, I'm beaming out light and goodness and whatever. And I am learning about Benjamin Franklin, so I do take, whether it works or not, I'm just making shit up. So I take like the 8-8 portal is going to be really big, so I take that since we don't have time, and I put it into the 4-4 portal, and I sent it back to the time when the I Am Presence thing came out in the late 20s or whatever. That's the same time the Reiki guy, Yusui, came up with Reiki or got those downloads. And then Bach flower essences, those all kind of came in at the same time. So I send our energy, these frequencies, back in time, and then to Emanuel Swedenborg, and now I'm doing Benjamin Franklin and sending all these energies back in time to wherever, and then I'm trying stuff.
That's cool. No, that's awesome. Yeah, that's one of the things that I've been sort of pushed to do. Once you sort of realize that reality it doesn't work like we think, that time is sort of an illusion, that's just how things unfold for us. But there really is no time. You can take advantage of that. We do it all the time, every weekend, Eileen and I, with the Power of 8. There's people that watch it later on, but there is no time. So all of that intention comes together, all that energy comes together, and we create a whole new entity. The group is an entity as one, you know, and then we combine our energy and that power to change the world together.
Yeah. So anyway.
So kudos to you for trying it out. And so many things I've been doing intuitively like that. Like making these sounds when I meditate where I'm vibrating my tongue, and I've been able to go into these really deep trance-like states doing it and stuff. So even if it's something strange, try it out. If it's something that you feel sort of led to do, I believe we carry gifts in, and we have like, I don't know, innate abilities or innate knowings that kind of come through sometimes. That's another reason for taking time to meditate and just listen and see what comes to you, because you might be guided to start speaking in tongues again. You might have, like me, been raised in a Pentecostal church. That's what happened to me, you know, and I started making these weird sounds and doing the light language. Oh, so all right, so you didn't have any part of the holy roller stuff, huh?
Oh no, I went full tilt in it, and it was like, you know, I was warned by my mother on that, and like every step of the way, it's like, what, you know, it's like, can't make them happy. But anyway, you know what? You know, people get taken out of your lives and graduated and moved on, so then you can, but anyway, I've never been able to figure out what the big deal is and why I've been shut down. Like, I couldn't even have a, you know, a website or like any like, you know, it's kind of like, well, I must be something more than I think I am, because I have all this, you know, and then I realized, okay, I'm creating it and I'm whatever, but whatever. All I know is right now it's best for me to just not remember who I am, and then I can get away with all kinds of trouble, and I can't be called foul on. So, which, you know, I was a lie, cheat, and steal girl. I mean, I love my dark side. I did love, and I needed Jesus not do that. And a long time I had to stay straight and narrow and blah, blah, blah. And now, in the last whatever years, I've been let out, and it's like, you can't initiate anything, but if something comes at you, you can turn it around and nail them back. So kind of like Esther, you know, Paul and Esther. So I'm not starting anything, but you want to go, we're gonna go. So there you go. So yeah, I'm a full crone now. I'm 61, so I'm not loving that. I don't know who came up with all the names for women, but anyway, well, we're getting that all fixed up too. Okay, I'm sure there's like lots of people that want to get on and get all kinds of stuff, but anyway.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you calling in, though, Hope. It was nice chatting with you.
Okay.
Lots of love, light, and unity
we'll
to you.
Listen to you tomorrow.
Yeah,
and,
don't wait so long to call in. Okay, that sounds good, Hope.
Well, I go with the Holy Spirit, so there.
And that's good advice for everybody, right?
Yeah. I mean, you know, once in a while. It's like, that's why gambling is so effective. Just, it's hit or miss. Like, if it always pays off, it gets dull.
Right.
So you never know when I'm coming in.
But yeah, following the Holy Spirit's definitely the way to go. I appreciate you, Hope.
Yeah. Okay. I appreciate you too, Shane. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
God bless.
God bless.
Let's go.
You're listening to The Love Stream.
Unbiased and on the fence.
Awesome, Hope. Thank you so much. And Raleigh, I definitely, I can understand what you're feeling with the pharmakia and plant medicines and stuff. And, you know, if it's not for you, I would say don't do it. Anybody else. And yeah, I remember looking into all of that too. That was real interesting. With incense and then there's so many perspectives with the whole thing that it's really sort of, I don't know, it depends on talk to, because like our friend Jose, she considers herself a witch, but not in the way that, you know, most people would think of in the sense of a witch. And, you know, she likes the pharmakia too. Love you, Jose, if you're listening. But yeah, it's so everybody, you know, I think that's the beauty of it. I think the diversity should be celebrated. You know, I really do feel like that. Gonna go back to the phone lines. 918 in my own hometown. Let's see who this is here. 918. Who am I talking to?
Hey Shane, it's Shiny.
Shiny, what is up? How's the garden coming?
Oh, it's. I kind of have a million projects going, and they're all about halfway through.
The reason I gave you a call is I saw your Instagram thing earlier. I didn't get to watch the whole thing, but it was like a time lapse of you working in the garden or something, and I was like, wow, if you could really work that fast, you could get stuff done, boy.
I wish I could work that fast.
So what is it? Do you have any experience with the gardening, or is this like all new to you?
No, I've always been really passionate about gardening. Growing up, my great-grandmother always had a huge garden. Every inch of her front and backyard was all vegetables and blueberries, and I just always loved helping her. My grandma, my mom, my aunt, just everybody's been into gardening in my family.
So that's pretty cool. Is this a pretty good area to grow stuff, climate-wise?
Where I'm at is great. I have like sandy loam soil. I'm actually, the house that I live in is the house next door to my great grandma's house, and so I have the same dirt she had, and it seems to do really well here.
Now my wife was talking about doing some gardening, and she was like, "But I don't want the dirt that, you know, has been there." She was wanting to get like bags of soil and put in. Is that not normal to do that, or I guess it just depends on what you're starting with?
I mean, it works the best if you get some good soil. I did take some shortcuts and use some soil out of my ground to do raised beds, and you know, if it has a lot of weeds, I have to do a lot of weeding whenever you don't find the soil. I also did go to school at OSU for horticulture.
Oh, that's got to be helpful.
Yeah, so that's actually where I get a lot of my science experience.
No, I've only grown one thing. It was years ago. I had a grow room, a secret room in my house that I grew a certain type of plant for a while, and I followed the directions. It worked out really well for me. But, you know, I just did it one time just out of curiosity. It was awesome. I might want to add. And
I've never grown any plants like that.
Right. So technically, you know, you're growing hops. That's what you say when you're going around getting everything, because that's okay to grow. But yeah, it was really fun. It was like I had little pets, like little pet plants to take care of and stuff. So I really enjoyed it. But I would like to take it outside and do some vegetables or something. That'd be cool.
Yes, I think everybody needs to get more in touch with gardening, and just pretty basic. I think when people start learning a few things like about drainage and not overwatering is usually the number one way people kill their plants.
Overwatering, you said?
Yeah, that's usually the biggest way people kill their plants. The roots will rot.
Oh, okay. So you got to run. A lot of that stuff I thought was just because I was using like 5-gallon buckets so I thought you have, you know, and I had to, of course, drill holes in the bottom of it or whatever. But I didn't realize you could have that issue outside too. I thought it was an indoor issue. So you can. Okay, so I had this thing that you. I'm sorry. I had this thing that you poke into there with like these prongs, and it could tell how like the pH level and how moist it was. Do you use something like that?
I haven't yet, but I would suggest it. It helps so much. You would know whether you need to acidify the soil or not. Soil likes to be about like a 6.5, a little under 7 point on the pH for plants to do the best.
Right. So pretty neutral then. I guess that's more of a neutral number. Isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. Yeah, and another thing I used back in the day were worm castings that were supposed to add a ton of nutrients to the soil.
Yes, I love using worm castings. I suggest like bone meal. That's a really great thing. Is whenever you're doing your initial planting, it really helps with getting strong roots.
Okay. So which I guess what plants, if somebody starts a garden this year, do they have to wait for, when can they start yielding anything? I mean, is it like in the fall, or does it depend on the plant, like tomatoes?
It just depends on what they're growing and what season it is, and really which part of the country they're in, which part of the world they're in.
So you need to start. You need to start a gardening YouTube channel because you live so close to me. I could just, trust everything that you're growing. You know what I
mean? Yeah, I actually really wanted to start one in Boston, but I wanted to do it for kids. It was back when I had green hair, and I wanted to start like a kids YouTube gardening show.
Terry says, worm poop is the best.
It is.
Yeah, I didn't realize that when I bought it. I'm like, worm casting.
Terry.
Say it again.
What's that? Oh, I was going to say, Terry, I need to give him a big shout out. He actually kind of lit a fire under my butt the last time he called in on your show to get out there and start working.
Oh, really? Wow. You said Terry?
Yeah. Yeah, Terry was on your show, I believe. I think it was like February or whatever, and he was like, everybody needs to get out there and start their gardens and start making those changes in their life that will, get you to 5D.
Wow. That's cool how everybody inspires each other like that.
Each other. Absolutely. That's what I love about this group.
It's awesome, isn't it?
Well, Leah with her artwork and Sean with his music.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so cool. It's like a global group of us that are all coming together. And I just realized PCG Terry is Pork Chop Gang Terry. I didn't realize that. What's up, Terry? Okay, so the Terry you were talking about, is that Susan and Terry? One here from locally? Or was it a different? Was it Todd? Maybe it was Todd.
Or maybe it was Todd. I knew it was an E.
Yeah, maybe it was Todd.
It was a gentleman, and he was like really giving a good brotherly pep talk.
That's cool, though. So are you glad you did it and everything's getting done and all that stuff?
Oh, yeah. I really like my little vertical garden. I think I've shown you pictures where you've seen it. With the skids,
right? The pallets?
Yeah, and that's really, everything is doing really good in that. And so I think that's probably the easiest, best way for people to garden.
So how do you prepare those? Okay, so for the viewers, or the listeners, I should say, you've got the wooden pallet skids that that forklifts carry stuff on or whatever. She's got some of those that are packed with soil. And then they're sort of sitting up at a 45-degree angle or kind of vertical, leaned up, packed with soil with what kind of stuff grows in those?
So I have a lot of strawberries, and I've got green onions and cilantro, and I've got a lot of romaine lettuce and arugula all growing out of that right now.
Mm-hmm.
And they all seem to be doing really good.
I'm wondering about, I was going to ask you.
Stuff that doesn't get too big.
Uh-huh. Do you have to have something with a certain type of root system, though, to keep the mud from, or, the dirt from turning into mud and washing out or anything?
So what I used was, I just used I raked up all the leaves out of my driveway, and I just mixed soil in with that, and the leaves kind of help keep all it's like thatch, basically.
Right.
And I just use that mixed with the dirt, and it kind of keeps the soil from washing out of it.
Okay, so
And
once the
it's
roots come
also
in there, it probably holds it
it's a-
together. Sorry, there's a
Yeah,
little bit of a
and
delay.
the-
So sorry.
Yeah, I know. The also important thing to note is when you pick out pallets, I just go around driving all the time, and I'm just a junkie. I pick out all the junk.
Mm-hmm.
And you want to make sure you get pallets that have a HT on them, because that means that they're heat treated and not chemically treated.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, and you can tell the pressure treated stuff too, because it looks sort of greenish, and yeah. So yeah, it's I'm glad you pointed that out, because that would soak into the soil, it seems like.
Yeah.
Jody said she's moving to your house.
I need help. I'm out here doing it all by myself.
But do you find it's a good time to like get into a meditative, I don't know, because you're out there in the garden, you're in the earth, you're grounding. That's one good thing.
Oh yeah. Today I was out digging in the dirt, and I'm making the underground greenhouse. Basically, I'm just digging out a cellar, and I'm like just out there barefoot digging, and I just was as happy as could be. So I believe that's kind of my meditation, is as long as I'm outside and cultivating, I guess, is a bit of my passion. And I don't know, hopefully I will have plenty of food this summer to show for it.
Yeah, see, what I'd be afraid of is making too much or having too much of one thing. It just seems like it'd be hard to come up with a good yield, like a year-round. You know what I mean? If you really had to survive off the land, it'd be kind of tough, it seems like.
Yeah, I did kind of go overboard with all my watermelon and cantaloupe that I started. It's probably going to take over my backyard. It might be kind of crazy.
So you have plenty of family around, though, to give the watermelons to, huh? They probably take up a lot of space.
Yes. Yes, I got plenty of family. My family owns about 4 houses on this block. And so I've got cousins and aunts and uncles always dropping by. So I'm sure I'll have plenty of people to pass along my extra.
That's cool. So you got like sort of like even though it's in a regular neighborhood, it's a community that if everybody did gardens, then you guys could sort of help each other with whatever items that aren't in your garden, I guess,
Oh yeah, totally. That's my total goal for this neighborhood. I'm renting to own the house that I'm in, and the house next door is eventually going to be mine. I'll inherit it, and I'm hoping to just fix up this whole neighborhood, get everybody to move to Tulsa that's in our community and wants to build gardens.
That'd be awesome. Have our own street or something.
I would love it.
That'd be really cool. So is everything planted now, or you're doing the underground thing now? Is everything above ground finished?
Not everything's in my beds, but I have everything in pots that I started from seed, and everything's growing pretty strong. So right now I'm kind of digging everything up and digging up my raised beds and whatnot. And I'm going to be planting this week.
That's cool. So you have to, because I had to do that. You have to start stuffing smaller planters and then transplant it into the ground. Is that how you do it? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
and I've had a lot of luck so far, so hopefully it'll be a good year.
Yeah.
Hopefully we don't get any flooding here before too long. Last year I got evacuated from my home because of the flooding.
That's right. But that was some epic flooding and it didn't reach you, right?
Yeah, it didn't reach me. I'm right next to a levee, and so they made us all leave our homes in case.
Oh, in case it gave way or whatever.
Yeah, in case it gave way, because it was built in the 30s.
Oh my gosh. Well, it was put to the test because, gosh, water, I've never seen so much water here in Tulsa when we got last year. That was just...
Oh, that was crazy.
Yeah, it was really crazy.
The river normally looks more like the Grand Canyon. There's a big old little stream in the middle.
Yeah, you can even see the bottom of it out in the middle a lot of times. But you could see all the trees were underwater, and It was pretty wild looking.
Yeah, I just packed up and went to California and camped out in the desert while all that was going. I was like, if I lose everything, I'll just stay here in California. But
Is that when the contact in the desert thing happened?
Yeah, and I went to contact in the desert.
Oh, okay, awesome. That's cool. So I guess they're not going to be doing that this year, huh?
I guess not. I haven't heard anything about it.
Man, everything's having to go online and everything.
I know. Right before all this happened, I had bought a ticket to a music festival, and of course, it got postponed for now, and we'll see if it still happens, but we were all looking forward to that.
Yeah. That's cool. So, yeah, I've heard it's like a toss-up, you know. You got that energy of the live concert is awesome, but, you know, there's been a lot more online available for free. In fact, this whole upcoming conference is going to be all online available for free. But, gosh, you just miss that meeting people in person, you know, and hugging and talking and face-to-face. And that part of it really sucks. I really hope we can, you know, this year it'll be online, but I hope after this we can start meeting in cities, and because it's just a whole different experience when you can meet in person, you know.
I know. You said it was so wonderful. And even that contact in the desert, it was just so, I made so many friends and met so many girls that were my age. And
yeah, that's probably hard to do.
Kind of felt like you're overwhelmed a little bit, though, from all the info. It's like my brain was just mush by the end of it.
Did you find that it was hard to pick between different talks? Because didn't they have different talks going on at the same time? You had to sort of pick which one you wanted to go see more?
Yeah, it was tough. Sometimes I would watch the beginning of one, and if it wasn't resonating with me or something, I'd jump up and go to the next one.
Right. Oh, you got to get on the front. You sent that picture of me with you and, gosh, what's his name again?
Well, I got a picture with David Wilcock.
Oh, you got a picture with David Wilcock too. David Hancock.
Yeah, but it was so blurry. It's such a bad photo. His bodyguard took it.
Who was the other guy? Hancock, or what's his name?
Graham Hancock.
Graham Hancock, right. All right. That was the one that you got to actually sit front row at his talk, right?
Yeah. And I got to talk to him for a while at his book signing, too.
That's so cool. Yeah, I'd like to go to something like that.
I got really lucky because there was like some people, they like had extra, like you had to pay $100 to go listen to them speak for like 3 hours. And I had like a few girls that couldn't stay for the last day, and they had extra tickets for those conferences, and so I got to see a lot of people that weren't included in just the basic.
Oh, that's cool.
Contact.
Right, I didn't know they had two different ones.
Yeah, they do some extra or extensive lectures or whatever, and I got to go to Graham Hancock's and David Wilcock's.
Oh, that's awesome. So what do you think about everything that's been going on? And I have to say, you're the first person that from the channel, a listener, that I've ever ran into out in public somewhere. It's so funny because I don't know. We only knew it because we know each other. Did you say you recognize my voice an hour over or something?
Yeah. I was like walking around the corner and I like heard your voice, and I was confused if my phone was playing on the YouTube or what happened, and then there you were.
That's hilarious.
I guess I'm like the only one that lives here in Tulsa.
Well, yeah, let's see. Well, we got a few people here in Tulsa.
Oh, good.
Yeah, and a few that I've met at the Tulsa get-together, too. And then in Oklahoma, of course, we have Susan and Shira, and, they live, a little bit out of Tulsa, but they're close by. So, yeah, it's kind of funny because it's just weird to run into somebody like that. And we're like all out there. The store's pretty much empty. There wasn't hardly anybody in there, and it's like.
I know. It was like pretty close to the beginning of the quarantine.
Yeah. We're all in there all fearlessly and stuff. That's awesome. Okay, well, let's see. I think we got Kimber Kiss that was gonna chime in now with her BQH session. Is there any tips before we go, Shiny? Just nothing to do but do it, right?
Yeah, just get out there and try. Get your hands dirty. And if you have any questions, text me.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Shiny.
All right. Yeah,
Lots
it's
of love
good
to you.
chatting with you, Shane.
Yeah, you too.
You too.
Bye-bye.
You too.
Let's go.
You're listening to The Love Stream.
Unbiased and on the fence.
Awesome. Shiny chiming in. And Kimber Kiss, sorry, getting tongue-tied. Kimber Kiss, yeah, you can call in. Please do. Yeah, just call probably the easiest one would be to call the 605 number. You can actually join from the internet too, but so yeah, that's really awesome. Time to get out in the garden and plant. Use it as a time to sort of meditate, watch something grow. And it's a lot like you have little, I don't know, pets or kids or something. And us in our community here, we know about putting good intentions into stuff. So no doubt that your gardens will grow faster as you infuse your plants with love and energy. Okay, Raul. Appreciate you. So, yeah, we're not supposed to have a garden here in our house. But there's this one little area that, I don't know, I don't think he mind too much, but, we do have like a lot of animals and stuff like that, so I don't know. It's a lot of work we'd be starting from nothing. I have a little bit of knowledge from before, but I just basically followed a manual. I didn't take a horticulture class or anything. In fact, somebody the other day I was watching, who was it, said you can just drop a potato in the ground and grow it? See, I didn't even know that. Let's see. While we wait for Kimber Kiss, I also want to remind you guys, let me pull this up again for those coming in late. The 2020 East Coast Mandela Effect Conference. This is going to be the Revelations of the Mandela Effect. It's going to be free, live streaming online, June 20th through 26th. As you see, it's about a month and a half out. Definitely want to head on over to this website and sign up on the mailing list at imec.world. That's IMEC.WORLD. All right, let's see. Need to switch back over to here for a moment. Let's see. Okay, we will be back tomorrow night. Let's see, Eileen and I, Power of One. I'm not sure, let's see. Oh, you don't need a pin, Kimber Kiss, you just skip the pin number part. Yeah, you guys can, when you call in, you just need the show ID, which is 1477973. The pin number is if we have moderators or something, which we don't, so. Oh, I didn't know that, Rita. Just a piece of a potato, huh? Oh, thank you, Tasha. So, Let's see. Let's do something special. Was anyone here trying to manifest anything? Like, it's okay, Kimber. You know what, Kimberly? We can probably, if you can't get through, that's fine. We could probably start with you next Friday or something. I just really wanted people to, actually, let me give you a, let's see, add moderator. There you go. Now you can paste the link into your channel, Kimberly. I just really wanted to get the word out about you, but yeah, it'd be great to talk to you, talk about your BQH session, if anything's come up since your session, and as well as, I thought it'd be cool to even do a card reading if you can. I didn't know if you wanted to do that, but maybe like a group card reading, but we can do that next Friday. Just plan on that, and everybody can plan on that. So as far as manifesting a BQH session, who's been trying to manifest a BQH session? We'll give, I don't think Kim's getting through if you want to call in, Raul. We'd rather not get on the David Wilcock thing again, though. I mean, you've stated your case, and we've got a lot of people who do actually like him, so I know you think he's a liar and a fraud and everything. Yeah. But I think he's an excellent researcher, despite, I mean, what the problems you have with him, saying he was Edgar Casey or whatever, that none of the stuff that, oh, hold on a second, let's see what I got here. I was going to say none of his research really sort of even relies on him being that, so it doesn't really affect me. All right, let's see, 440 area code, who am I talking to?
This is Kim.
Oh, you made it through, awesome.
I finally. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, it can be kind of funky.
Invalid number, and then I had 3 different keypads pulled up.
Right.
I don't even know how that's possible, but I got through, so that's all that matters.
Well, awesome. So since the BQH session, what have you experienced anything? A lot of times people get a little. Well, first, let's just start with the BQH. How did you like? Because you had a great session. You connected really well.
It was amazing. It was, seriously, I would say, life-changing.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's like that for a lot of people.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it. And you just made it so comfortable and easy and structured, and I enjoyed every second of it. So seriously, sincerely, thank you, because it was amazing.
It was really my pleasure, and I'm always honored to go along with to be a part of someone's journey like that. I mean, it's a really cool experience, and yours, you actually had a ton of love flowing through. Like, your team was such a loving team. I mean, a lot of times I was like, I had to pull myself back because I was almost in tears from the love being so strong from your team coming through. It was awesome.
Oh, that's so amazing.
Yeah, it really is. Even from before we started the session, you told me about, when the, gosh, I can't even remember, you knew, was it? You knew?
Yes, you knew.
You knew, yeah, when you were telling me about this. Can you do you mind sharing that story? Because I thought that was such an awesome story.
Not at all.
Oh, okay, that'd be great.
Sure. Okay, so I have, well, I guess to start from the beginning, and I'll try to make it short. When I was a kid, I used to kind of zone out in my room. Mm-hmm. And I would have these random languages that would just come through that I would just kind of whisper. And I never knew what it was. Now I know it's light language. But at the time I was like, what is happening? Why is this happening?
Well, you grew up Christian too, didn't you?
But it just felt kind of natural. Yes, very, very, very Christian.
Good.
Both my parents were actually my Sunday school teachers.
Right, so, that's right.
Yeah. And so I didn't really understand it or know what it was. And then later on, like probably when I was like 11 years old or around that time, I would do automatic writing, but at the time I didn't know it was automatic writing.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember writing in a notebook about bringing the kingdom of heaven down onto earth. And I remember after writing it and staring at that page, I just like broke down in tears and just started crying. And I just felt like it was something so much bigger than me, but I didn't understand it, which now I know means new earth. But at the time I didn't know what that meant. And yeah, and then after giving birth to my daughter in 2017, that's when I came across Gigi Young on YouTube. And I didn't know much about what she talks about, but I liked some of her videos. And then she had this meditation that she recommended to connect with your beings of light. So I did that. And then I kind of zoned out afterwards, and I was just laying in bed. And this voice came through that wasn't mine, that was male. And he said he was an Arcturian from the 12th dimension. And I was like, what is happening right now? But he sounded kind of off in the distance, his voice. And he sounded very kind and very loving. And so I just kind of let it happen.
Mm-hmm.
And then he showed me his face, and he told me his name, which was Yunu. And in my mind, he had it spelled like Yeuneu. But now I kind of think it's like symbolism for like you already knew, like you knew.
Right.
He told me, yeah, and he told me he had a very important message for me. And so I was like, okay, well, what's the message? And he said, you need to shine your light. He said, you need to keep shining your light, and you need to shine it brighter. And that was, and I asked him like why his voice sounded so off in the distance, and he said he was trying to talk to me from the 12th dimension.
Oh,
and
wow.
So that was pretty much the gist of the conversation, but I'd seen his face. We spoke telepathically, and after that, I thought I was going insane.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going crazy. And then about 2 weeks after that, or those 2 weeks after that happened, I had to get outside and like sit and plant my feet in the grass and just kind of clear my mind. So whenever my daughter would take a nap, I would go outside and do that because I was trying to make sense of everything that happened.
Right.
But I took his message very seriously. And that's when the light language started to pour through again, like nonstop. And I was like, okay, well, I'm trying to make sense of all this light language. So what I did is I knew the spelling of it in my mind, and I would put it into Google Translate.
Mm-hmm.
And on Google Translate, it would spell out coherent words and sentences that made sense. But they were in every single different language through Google Translate. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like, what is happening?
That's awesome, though.
But
it's like a confirmation, right?
Yeah, it's very awesome. Yes. And yeah, so that's pretty much the gist of what happened. And then I've always, done tarot readings for like friends and family. And then I started really like getting into that and doing that more for others. And then also like the light language transmissions to help others heal or whatever issue they had. And also drawing light language. That's something new that started happening for me. So yeah, just a lot of stuff that just kind of all happened at once right after that happened. So I would call that basically an awakening. Even though I've kind of understood source from a very young age, I understood there was a power that was so much larger than life itself. I always understood that and connected with the stars, things like that. But now I totally and truly understand why it all happened.
So since your awakening is when you started the tarot readings, or did you do it before that?
I did it before that, but it wasn't such a thing that I was passionate about it, but now it's like I know what I have to do, and I know I have to do this.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of thing. Like the passion is like 10 times more, and it's just like this fiery drive within me, and it's like I need to help people and I need to help others. And I have people messaging me, just complete strangers messaging me all the time with like things they're going through and issues. And it's like, I don't even know these people, but I feel like I know them. And I've always had people come to me and message me for problems that they're going through or like needing healing and stuff like that. So now I understand why. I know I'm here to help people and to help others. So it's really pretty cool.
Which actually gets me, that's a great segue into what you do. So I've noticed this with a lot of people. It's like when you're picking up something intuitively for someone else, I guess not having the emotional attachment as you do with yourself, it's just easier to do readings for other people than yourself. I hear this from, I don't think I've heard anybody that says they hear as clearly for themselves as they do for other people, because there just seems to be, once you have like a dog in the race, so to speak, it's hard to be unbiased about the information, huh?
Yes, 100%. Sometimes I can channel things and I can connect the dots, but then most of the time when I try to do like what you guided me through, I get really distracted, or I start to doubt myself, or I lose focus and can't like stay in the story or stay in the vision.
Yeah.
So it just depends. But having that structure there, like having you there and knowing like we had that connection that I could feel comfortable with you guiding me through. And it just happened like organically.
Yeah.
It really, really helped having that guidance and the structure there, because yes, it is very hard reading for myself as opposed to other people, because I think we tend to get in our own way, like you had mentioned. So, yeah.
So you do readings for other people and stuff. How does that work?
So I offer like Starseed Origins readings where I channel in and I do automatic writing to see what their most prominent Starseed cosmic origins are.
Okay.
And then from there I pull from the 88 constellations. But I always like to explain to people too that like even if we pulled all 88 constellations that were discovered here today, your soul is so much more vast and infinite than anything. I mean, there's like universes upon universes and star systems upon star systems, that of which we haven't even discovered yet, that of which we haven't even scratched the surface of.
Yeah.
So I want you to understand that entirety of infinity and vastness and pull that into your subconscious mind and understand that's the vastness of your soul.
Wow.
So even it's just like a blueprint to go off of. It's like finding out your genealogy in a way, like whether you're German or Hawaiian. You can connect in with those cultures and those characteristics and those traits. But you're so much more than that. You've had past lives. You have future lives. You have multidimensionalities of you. And your soul is so incredibly vast that us as humans, we can't really wrap our minds around it. So I want people to understand, like, your soul is so much more vast than just your cosmic origins. Like, you literally are the universe. So, yeah.
It's almost like too much for our brains to really fully appreciate, I think.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So when people get readings and stuff, and they connect in with their origins, do they have like a connection? Do they make a connection that carries on, or do they, I don't know, just having that better understanding? Okay. They hook in with their guides and stuff.
Yeah, they have a better understanding, and yes, they hook in with their guides better. They receive more messages easier. I pretty much give them the tools on how to do it on their own, because I think that's really important. So that way they can feel sovereign and know how to do it themselves. And I've had quite a few people come back to me for further messages with their light beings, like when they're having trouble connecting, or when they just, maybe are going through a hard time, or just needing more guidance, or wanting more messages, or wanting to find out the names of their guides, like more of their names and things like that, because things can change all the time. But it's wonderful because I get to have repeated clients, and we grow amazing relationships with one another, and it's a really beautiful thing to be able to connect them with all that information. So it's wonderful.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I'm so glad that John introduced this too, because just being aware of the people in the group like this, we can totally get beyond the censorship or the shadow banning, because I've noticed that when we share channels and people that we particularly listen to that resonate with us, we can actually get better people to come to our channels. So like I feel totally confident that anybody that's heard you here and they're going to come to your channel, they're great, awesome people. I mean, it's like the best of the best, you know, so.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. I love that. It's amazing too. Have you like ran into so many more like soul family members just these past few years than you normally have before?
Oh yeah, before 2017, I felt completely alone, you guys. I mean, like, I just felt like my group was the Christians, and I had to leave them because they wouldn't listen to anything I said, you know, and so I kind of wandered off on my own, and I felt like I was like wandering off into the wilderness with no one around, and then I come to this clearing, and there all of you all are. So it's like we found each other, you know. It's part of the process,
I
think.
It's really, really beautiful.
Right.
Yes, oh, definitely.
Yeah, it takes that bravery of sort of walking out on the limb and taking a chance, and you know, and then you get rewarded for it.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. Yeah, I agree.
That's awesome. So let's see. Do you do readings? Can you do a card reading or anything for the group? Are you able to do that or no? Not on the spot.
Right now, just pull a couple cards.
Yeah, I thought that'd be kind of cool, if you can. I mean,
let me go grab my card.
Okay, yeah, that'd be super.
I would love to. Cool. I'll go grab my deck real quick.
Let's see here. I don't know where Sherry is. I think she fell asleep and kicked somebody out of the chat on accident, maybe. So I undid it. Overprotected Sherry. I didn't see her in the chat, but she just kicked somebody on accident or something. She must have fell asleep. She's pulling a Rita, or was it Jane or Rita? Who was it? Somebody accidentally, their finger touched. They dozed off to sleep watching the show, and their finger kicked somebody out of the chat on accident. It's kind of funny.
That would be me.
She's like, I didn't mean to do that. It's like, it's okay.
Yeah. It happens. For the best of us.
Right.
Yeah. You got to be able to just be ready for anything at any moment, basically.
Absolutely. Okay, so I want to let everybody know that you actually do you do readings live on your channel, so people can come on over there and subscribe and join in with some of those lives, because I can't be on all the time, and it's nice having a group of people that you can, you know. I've noticed that the chat will sort of hop around to different channels. That's so cool. It's like, you know, hanging out together.
Yeah, it's really fun, and it's exciting because it gives people a chance to kind of experience my energy and see if they connect with it. And it's also free readings. You know, they get free readings, so it's really awesome. I love doing that. I love giving back, so it's really exciting and fun. I think I'm just going to pull a few cards for everyone that's in the chat right now.
Yeah, that'd be
kind
cool.
Kind of like a collective reading.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. So I have 3 cards that popped out right away. They're all really dark blue, which means all of you guys are definitely light workers. You're very psychic. You're very in tune. You're very good at voicing your opinions. I feel like a lot of you are indigos. And I also feel like a lot of you are really good at working with your third eye and acquiring visions that way. And then the first card that I got is the Ace of Winter. And this message says, don't be deterred by challenges along the way. It's important to communicate clearly and accurately, and you're going to receive amazing new ideas that should be implemented. So don't worry about the challenges that come, because, you know, we all have challenges, and it's about how we face them and how we react, and it's about having the courage to just keep going and to just follow your heart and stand in your authentic truth. and to do what you came here to do, whatever that may be. Some people are okay just, going about their normal life, and they shine their own unique light. So even them just walking around, they're doing, a lot of stuff energetically, even when they may not even realize it.
Yeah.
But don't be deterred by those challenges. Yeah. And it's important to really communicate what's on your heart and your mind. Don't be afraid to stand up for yourself or for others. And you're going to be receiving a ton of new ideas that really should be implemented. So the problem that starseeds have, a lot of starseeds and light workers, is we're very up in the ethers. We're very up in the higher dimensions and our imaginations. And so it can be hard to ground ideas. And the best way to do this is to write it down, because you're really grounding ideas by writing things down. And the best time to act on an idea is within 24 to 72 hours after you have that idea. And that's when it's most potent for manifestation. So that's a really good word of advice that I've been trying to implement more. Mm-hmm. But anytime you act on something that is channeled from higher dimensions, it's going to end up fantastic. So definitely act on these ideas that are coming in, because they're coming in for a reason and they're meant for you.
I totally agree. Yeah, I totally agree.
Prince of Winter. Yeah.
Prince of Winter, you said?
And then we have, Prince of Winter.
Mm.
And this one says, seek out an intellectual solution to your problem, but need to act quickly and decisively. And this could be sudden or unexpected changes. Now, in this card, it's not as scary as the definition sounds. Mm-hmm. Whenever I get this card, it depicts a polar bear on a sled, and then this guy on the back of the polar bear, and he's like got one arm like holding onto him, and the other arm's like, woo, like going for a ride.
Yeah.
So I really feel like it's just trusting the flow of life, trusting the wild ride that we're going through, that we're all on right now. Mm-hmm. And if you feel the need to act quickly and decisively, just make sure you're getting an intellectual solution to whatever is going on. Use your best discernment, use your best judgment, seek out the solutions that you're looking for. A lot of our solutions come from meditation, which is why I recommend, writing things down when you receive them that way. But they also come from our soul family, and they come from our guides as well. So just keep those things in mind, and maybe if you have an answer or an opinion or a solution that came through, mm-hmm. It's always okay to get second opinions and solutions as well. So just do what's right in your soul, do what resonates for you, and use your best discernment and judgment for the advice that you receive. Always trust yourself first. Always trust that gut feeling, that gut knowing, because that's always what's going to show you the truth.
Absolutely.
And then the last card.
Especially now, I was going to say, especially in these times, right? Okay, what was the last card?
Oh my gosh, yeah. That's okay. It's the 8 of Winter, and it says, you have what it takes, if only you believe in yourself. Mm. It's thinking that you're powerless when you're not, and a lack of self-confidence that keeps you from getting what you want. Mm-hmm. So many people, because of how we're programmed, how we're raised, it's a very low vibrational way of being brought up, honestly, in my opinion, because I think, before we came here, we were just pure unconditional love. We were very high vibrating dimensional beings, and now we're in these lower density human suits, right? We're in these human bodies. Right. And from the time that we're born, we're pretty much programmed in what to do and how to behave and how to think. And a lot of the ways of doing that are embedded in our subconscious mind are lower vibrational, opposed to what we're meant to feel, or opposed to the state that we started out with. And so I think it's really important to work with the unconscious and the subconscious mm-hmm. mind by doing subliminal messages before bed. You can always make your own. If you are someone that's not trustworthy of someone else's subliminal messages that they made, you can always make your own. Just speak in your own positive affirmations, however it resonates with you, whatever's going to help you, relax and get sleep. But those really, really help reframing your mind. And also, there's a great meditation by Paul Santisi. here on YouTube. It's called the I Am Affirmations. And they've changed my life. And so many times when I've been going through a rough patch, I listen to that. And you can listen just for 10 minutes a day. And I'm telling you, it will just put you in the best mood ever. But you can also make your own. But the more that you listen to positive affirmations and the more that you tell them to yourself, tell them to your water before you drink it, tell them to yourself in the mirror, we need to be a lot kinder to ourselves, and we need to really root for ourselves, because the more that we can vibrate higher and really understand that we're these amazing, basically God creator beings that we are, the more we have an impact on other people to do the same. And so it really starts with us, and it really starts with us believing in ourselves. And Spirit is just wanting you to understand that you have what it takes. You're not powerless. You think that you're powerless even when you're not. And it's this lack of self-confidence, and that keeps you from getting what you want, and also the programming. So we have to learn how to deprogram this. We have to learn how to really raise our vibration and believe in one another and root for one another and come together. And I think that's a great final message there with that last card.
Yeah, it really is. And I just put the link into the I Am affirmations you were just talking about by Paul Santisi, I think it is here.
Yeah.
So I put that in the chat. So if you guys want to check that out, I'll definitely check it out, because I love the whole I Am discourse that I did. I have a playlist of some of the Saint Germain I Am discourses, and then and it's powerful. It actually was life-changing for me, because I would hit these really low lows, and once I went through the I Am stuff, I don't go below a certain point anymore, because I realized that if I go there, it's because I allowed myself to go there, and I've really taken responsibility for that, because you don't realize you can. It's not like you're doing it on purpose, but then it's like, I don't know, it clicked one day in my mind. It was like, oh my gosh, the only way I can go there is if I allow myself to go there. And so I don't anymore. And I'll know, and it's like a magnet. I always tell people it's like a magnet. It's like, as soon as you feel it pulling, you have to pull it away, because if you let it get any closer, it's going to suck right together. The magnets are going to stick right together. So you have to, the second you begin to feel it pulling together, you have to pull it apart. And that's how I do with the whole, if I feel like I'm going downhill and I feel like I'm going into, depression or just any kind of low vibe, anything from anger to sadness or whatever it is, I catch it right away and I take control over it with the I Am things I learned in the I Am discourse. So I'm going to check out these I Am affirmations. It sounds really cool.
Yeah, the way you explained it, it was perfect. That was very well said. Yeah, and I need to have those realizations more. Like, I'm very good with telling other people about it.
Right.
When it comes to myself, I have to. That's like having soul family friends is like the best thing ever, because they will root for you. They will remind you, and they're always there to get you back on track. So it's good to have that support.
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad you guys like that. It's so funny, because I talk about so much, and I tend not to repeat stuff, I do repeat stuff, but I try not to, like, over and over again. But you get new subscribers,
That's good, though.
Yeah, and so I do need to revisit things, I guess, from time to time. It's easy to feel like you're out of things to say, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I think also too, like, it's so hard when you're going against programming too, stuff that's like embedded. So I think those things, like when you stick with them and you start doing them like daily or whatever your routine is, it really, really helps with getting that deprogrammed, like the lower stuff, the lower vibrational stuff. It really does really help with that. And I noticed if I haven't done them for a while, I just know. I can feel it. I know it. So, yeah, I think that's a really good reminder to just, even for me too, to get back on track with that.
Let's see. Angie G is saying that Kimberkiss has an incredible giveaway just announced today, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I love Angie. Angie's one of my soul family friends.
Thank you, Angie.
Yeah, thanks, Angie. It's so funny because she was actually a client of mine, and messages came through so strong for her. But we've become friends since then. Like we have an amazing friendship, so I'm very appreciative of her. She's just very supportive and just very authentic and an amazing person. But yeah, I do have like a little giveaway going. I'm giving away a free channeled energy signature photo on my Instagram. It's at KimberKiss33. And I'm also giving away a free 30-minute Starseed Origins reading on my YouTube channel. And so like the directions and stuff are on there, but it's really, really simple and easy. And then I'm pulling a name of a winner in a week. So I'm really excited to be giving back and doing that. And I completely forgot about that. So thank you, Angie, for
That's awesome.
reminding me to talk about that. Yeah.
And let's see, speaking of free giveaways, I had someone actually donate a BQH. So I tell you what, whoever emails me, if you haven't had a BQH and you're trying to manifest a BQH, drop me an email you can actually just go through the website. It's probably easier if you don't know my email address, but it's shanecrob@gmail.com, or just simply go to uotf.net, click on the contact tab, and send me, just put free BQH in the subject, and then I'll know. And then whoever sends it first, and just in the spirit of, you do a lot of free giveaways on your channel, so, and I thought it was, and I was wanting to wait for you to come on and talk about the BQH because I thought it'd be a perfect time to give it away while we're sort of on the topic.
I love that. I love that so much. That's so cool. And that was, thank you so much to John Binney, who gifted that to me, because he's an amazing Soul Family member too, so supportive and just a wonderful, wonderful beacon of light. And I think that's really, really awesome that you're doing that. And you're just amazing at what you do. And thank you so much for providing your gifts to the world during this time, because it's really, really important. And I think what you do is just amazing and wonderful. And yeah, the world needs more of you to go around. So.
And you too. Yeah, I checked out your channel after we did the session. I'm like, oh my gosh, there's so many. We all need to connect, because there's all these little pockets of light workers, and they're not sort of connected together. And I love the fact that we can come together and share context with each other. Like, thank goodness for John Binney for introducing, and he's all the way in Scotland, and here he is connecting two Americans together. We really are a global community.
Cool, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is.
Yes, I love that so much. It's so awesome. We're really lucky right during this time with the internet.
Mm-hmm.
As much as people talk badly about it, it's actually just a beautiful gift that we have to be able to connect with one another.
Yeah, it is. I try to play by the rules and stuff, because, I'm really thankful for being able to come together like this and share information. So I try not to put too much out there. I don't really care about Facebook, though, so I've been sharing stuff on there. We'll see if they shut me down. It doesn't hurt my feelings. Oh, I forgot I'm broadcasting on there right now. What? Say it again?
They really shut you down on there?
No, I'm saying they would probably with some of the stuff I've been sharing, but yeah, I forgot I'm actually streaming video on there right now, though, too, so I guess I should be nice.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Just kidding.
Right? Just kidding, you guys.
Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's so funny, though. It's like they want, unless the algorithm gets triggered or something, they'll never make it this far into the video.
Oh yeah, that's good.
If they do, we'll definitely transmute them into something else anyway. They won't be able to stand it. They'll just flip to the good side.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll throw some violet flame transmutation energy at them, and they'll be like, "Whoa, what was that?" That's awesome.
I'm gonna put my Gmail into the chat, you guys. If you are trying to manifest the BQH session, just email me right there. Awesome.
I love that. It was just so amazing. I've never had an experience like that before, and I learned so much about myself. Oh, can I share something with you?
Yeah.
I just remembered.
Yeah.
about that. I've had so many synchronicities happen since then. It's insane. It's almost like I've been punched in the face with synchronicity, and now I'm trying to like reclaim my balance after being super dizzy. But it's like a love punch of synchronicity.
Right.
But oh my gosh, I don't know, I don't watch too much TV, but my husband wanted to watch this show on Netflix. It's called The Ozarks or something like that. And it's about like drug money and all this stuff that I don't like watching. But at the end of the show, however, they showed this the family standing at the edge of a cliff looking off into this huge body of water. And it looked exactly like the body of water I saw up on that hill next to the waterfall. Right? I mean, exactly to a T what I had seen. And so I'm like, okay, that's a synchronicity.
Right.
And then I had a follower on Instagram follow me, and he looked just like James Noble did. I mean, just like him. Just like him. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so insane. And then I've had quite a few other things, since then, like just tons of synchronicities to the point where it's like I'm just laughing now. I'm like, okay, Spirit, I get it. I hear ya. And then it was funny because one of my friends was doing tarot readings last night for, I think it was like a $10 donation or something. And so I bought one from her because I love her energy so much. And she pulled some cards for me, and they all correlated with what I had just gone through. She's like, oh, yeah, you're receiving tons of downloads from Spirit. You're seeing and witnessing an over amount of synchronicities during this time, so it's really important to stay grounded right now. And you have people coming in to support you. You're having visions from your spirit team and learning about different lives and all this stuff. And I'm like, okay, drop the mic. It was just everything she said. I'm like, yep, check, yep, that's happening too.
Yeah, that's what I love. That's what overprotected Sherry was talking about, how since she started doing the BQHs, she's really started to get more connections by herself on her own, and she's not the only one. I hear that from other people, that they'll have more and more experiences once they have the BQH session. So, and there's enough people in the community now that's taking the thing, so you can seek somebody out. And there's probably somebody who's wanting to practice. And so, I wanted to announce Angie G won the BQH. Way to go, Angie. Congrats.
What was that?
She was the first one to email me. Actually, she was the only one to email me. Angie G.
Yay!
Yeah, she won the BQH. So it was meant to be, Angie.
Congratulations.
Awesome. Isn't that awesome?
That's so cool. That is so awesome. Yay!
Yeah.
I'm so excited for her. She's going to love it.
So I guess she hasn't had one yet, so it's her time, divine timing.
Everything happens so divinely that it's like, even if you wanted to make it controlled in a way to where it feels or looks synchronistic, it's like you can't even make this stuff up,
Right.
It's so synchronistic. That's amazing. I'm so excited for
Oh my gosh, thank you, Frank. You just donated $111.11. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate that.
Oh, did you just say 111?
Yeah, $111.11.
Okay.
Another synchronicity.
All the time.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm wearing my 1111 hat, actually.
Shut up. Are you really?
Yep.
Get out of here.
Yeah,
Really?
and it's just like my 333 hat
Shut up, but...
that Frank gave me.
Wait, whoa, okay, I gotta tell you something right now. I would always see 333, always, nonstop, all the time. I met my husband. He told me he sees 1111 and 111. What do I start seeing? 1111, 111. And ever since we got married, it's the only numbers I see all the time.
Wow.
Those are the main numbers I see are 1111 and 111, and you just said 333, so, okay.
You just got slammed with all these synchronicities all at once. So your husband sees them too? Is he waking up to all the synchronicities
Oh, yeah.
and stuff? That's awesome.
He's a work in progress, but
We all are,
I
though.
love him. Yeah, right? We all are.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like really starting to realize a lot of stuff recently, so it's really exciting for me to witness. So, and we help each other. You know, there's so much that I learn through him too, and that he learns through me. So it's really, really cool.
That's cool. As long as you both are still learning and growing from each other and you love each other, that's really what matters, you know.
Yeah.
Everything else can be handled.
Yep, exactly.
So it's an exciting time. I've had people that I never would have thought wake up, seem like they're waking up. And then other people that I thought would wake up, and it's like they're pulling deeper into their shell, and it's like, oh my gosh, it's like,
yeah,
you just never know, you know. All you can do is just love people where they're at, and
you're like, yeah. But you're just like, no, go the other way.
Right.
Go the light. Don't dig into the ground deeper. Where are you going?
Right. And it's so hard not to get pulled into that, but you know, it's like you just realize that the best thing you can do is just love people where they're at and not push anybody, you know. That's just how it is.
Yeah.
And not to take on that responsibility.
It's hard. It gets frustrating though, because sometimes I just want to shake people. Just be like, wake up. But I understand, you know, everyone's on their own path, and this is why, and everything happens in divine accordance. But I do get very, 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 very frustrated.
Yeah. I think a lot of it's like once you realize that, and I've learned this doing the BQH, is that everybody has this whole higher team of individuals on the higher realms helping them, and they're way more suited to help wake up their, you know, person that they're dealing with than you are. So it's much better to just, you know, trust that they're handling that and that they know what's best. They have way more knowledge than we do. So once you kind of realize that, it's easy to let it go, you know what I mean? And say, you know what, I trust that their team is helping them. I'm just going to love them and help them in any way I can. But other than that, it's not my job to wake them up, you know?
Thank you, Shane. I really like that. I need to repeat that in my head.
Yeah, it's because it's, you know, a lot of empaths in our group take on that responsibility. They're like, well, and I think a lot of it, for me anyway, it was religious programming. It's like, who are going to save these people from the pits of hell if you don't do it? You need to get out there and tell people about Jesus, you know? And it's like, they're like in a burning building and you need to get in there and save them now or they're going to burn in hell. And it's really, that's how I was raised. So I kind of brought that sort of baggage with me out of the church. I'm like, well, I've got to wake people up. It's my job. And it's like, no, it's not your job. And when you do little things to wake people up, it's like the Holy Spirit or the, you know, the Spirit like works through you and you don't even realize you're doing it anyway. So it's better just to get in the flow and, you know what I mean, and follow your heart with stuff because you have no idea the best route to take. But your team does, you know?
That's so true. Yes. Thank you for that. Yes. Because that brought a lot more calm over me just now.
Yeah, a lot of people.
We just get so caught up in that.
Yeah.
I'm a huge empath. Like, I'm a Pisces sun and moon, so I'm like just water, just emotion, just empathy. So, yeah, those words really helped a lot. So thank you.
That's probably why the love and compassion was coming through in your session so strongly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Being that you're so empathetic. I remember John Benny's session. It was. I just kept getting hit with wave after wave in his session. It was awesome. It
was so awesome.
Yeah. You could feel it listening to it later too. Yeah. You can even hear the trembling in his voice, and I was glad he was. I'm sorry. I keep talking over you.
No, it's okay. It's just so exciting.
Yeah. So I could hear the trembling in his voice, and I was glad he was talking because, like, a lot of the time my voice would have been trembling, and I was just glad he was talking at the time because I was feeling it, you know. So it's awesome to feel the different energies from the different groups that come through. Do you experience that when you're doing readings for people, too?
Yes. You know, every reading that I do is so different and unique. And I mean, it doesn't surprise me because we're all different perceptions of the one perception, right?
Right.
So that doesn't surprise me. But at the same time, it still does. It still kind of like catches me off guard, and I'm like, whoa, I wasn't expecting this, or whoa, I was not expecting that message to come through. You know?
Right.
And it's really fascinating how unique and how different each person's energy and like messages and energy signatures are. It's so cool.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
So that's one of the things that.
But yeah, that reading with John, I listened to it and I cried. Like I was literally sitting there just bawling my eyes out because it was just so high vibrational and just loving, and it's like that truth that we all know in our soul to be true. And it's like you can't even argue with that. It just flows through us, and it almost like hits us, you know, like a wave. So.
Absolutely. Yeah, and for me it's like that with the BQHs. They're all so different. Even with the same person, they're so different.
Oh, really?
Yeah, each like if you have another session, it will be different enough that it's its own thing, you know what I mean? Yeah.
I want to do another one, honestly, because I just feel like there's so much more there. And I try to do this on my own, and sometimes I'm kind of successful, but with my ADD and my channelings and the interference from spirits, I get distracted really easily because I'm so sensitive and I pick up on so much. So having you there as a structure just really, really helped so much to keep me in it and to keep the vision going and to keep the downloads coming in. So it really, really, really helped tremendously. Yeah.
I know what you mean because I've tried to do it on my own too, and you just sort of have to. And it gets back to that. I was explaining that during the session, that the whole left brain, right brain thing. When you're able to stay in the right brain more, you're able to stay connected better. And then if the practitioner is thinking of the questions, then you can sort of stay out of your left brain and let them think of what to ask next, and you can stay in the vision. And if you wander off, they can bring you back to it, and bring you back into that setting. And so, but it's fun, it's a lot of fun. In fact, a lot of people that might have a little uptick in their funds right now, you can actually learn to do it for $300 with a promo code. And then you can, share it with your friends and family. Or I recommend couples take the course together, and then they can do sessions with each other. And it's something they can do. You can do it over and over again. You don't have to do it for a living.
That would be fascinating.
Yeah.
That would be fascinating.
I was so excited to learn how to do it because I had looked into QHHT and it was so expensive. It was like, I don't know, it was over $1,000, however much it was, and then you had to go to these things. And then I found out you can do it online with this BQH thing, and I was like, wait a minute, I got to definitely do this. So I went through the whole course in 2 weeks, or less than 2 weeks, I think it was, because I was so hungry for it. And a lot of it I went over twice, and immediately started practicing on my family and stuff. So I think it's fun.
You're so good at it.
Thank you so much.
It was amazing. It's definitely a gift, definitely, and it was definitely meant to happen. Most definitely. Especially when you feel that inkling, that urge, and you're like, I got to do this. Always trust that. Yeah. Always trust that, because that's like your soul wanting it for you. It's like you lining up with your soul and your mission and your gifts.
Right. I do see that I have a lot of help during it, but I thought I would need to be more responsible for the process, and it's really sort of like just trusting the BQH material, and then it's like a team of higher help comes in and really takes they create the journey, they do it all. So it's almost like I'm just helping the person get out of the way for the higher ups to come in and do their thing, you know what I mean? And that's been the biggest surprise, because I felt like, oh my gosh, how am I going to make somebody, go deep enough to start saying something? But it really wasn't like that. It was like just sort of, following the script at first. And then once I make it through the actual script part, I just sort of go with the questions that come to me. But there are questions that you can look at if you sort of run out of things to ask. But I always feel like once I get through the script, I just try to tap in with what the person is saying. And I'll get little downloads with it. It's like, wow, it's almost like they send you a little image file and you're seeing things along with the person. And And it's been really neat, to see, like, it's like, wow, we're really connected.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I love that. That is so neat.
Yeah.
Wow. And I love how you explained that. That's amazing. Like how the process goes and how it works. And that is, because, I kind of feel the same way too sometimes when I channel. It's like, people are like, wow, how do you know this stuff? And it's like, well, it's not really me. It's it's my whole guidance team. It's Source. It's the beings. It's the higher dimensional beings, the angels, the whole team, and they kind of come through. And I think it's a great message, like how you described, where, we get so doubtful in our minds to thinking, oh, I need to be able to know this and this and this. And it's like kind of when you just kind of dive into it and just trust the universe and spirit to take the lead, it's really magical what will unfold before your very eyes. Because it's like what is meant for you will be. It'll just kind of, when you trust the process, it just kind of flows. And it's like, okay, why was I so worried about this now?
Right.
To begin with. Why was I getting in my own way?
Right.
It's really fascinating.
I did my first one on my daughter. I think she was 22 at the time. And, I finished the script and, and she starts telling what she's saying. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's working. And I was totally surprised. I expected it to work, but when it really started working, I was surprised, even though I was expecting it to work. So I was kind of blown away. And I was like, wow, all right. So it's working. Where do we go from here? And she had a really cool session too.
Wow.
Clarification on a dream.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So, but I've had the coolest stuff happen since I kid you not, I've had the most supernatural, coolest. Even this last session with Sherry I was like, am I able to ask a question telepathically? They're like, yeah, and I did, and they got an answer. And I was like, that's so weird. It's like, because it kept happening that stuff would come through telepathically during the session, and then they would know that it came through, and they would see, like it happened with Cynthia, like I had her picture flash in my mind, and Sherry was like, well, while she was in the session, she was like, you saw Cynthia, right? And I'm like, yeah, how did you, it's so weird. Like, how did you see what was in my head, So once that happened in the next session, I'm like, okay, can I just ask a question telepathically? And I was able to, and it actually lined up with stuff that had come in earlier in the session. It's almost like they're outside of time. And Sherry's so good at doing it. Yeah. I wish she enjoyed it more.
Oh, wow. That is so cool.
Yeah, it's really
and
neat.
it's so funny because I feel like we, always used to be able to do all this stuff in higher dimensions, but now we're on this lower plane where it's like so hard. There's like a blockage there. But I feel like it's doable to break through it. But I feel like maybe the more that we're together as a whole, it's like our gifts will just explode through the roof.
Yeah, I
don't
think
know.
so
That was
too.
just about to just keep through.
Yep, you're totally right. You're right, because I've seen that. That's come through in sessions, how we make each other's light brighter. And then once we go back to where we are, we carry that light with us a little brighter. And we feed off of each other like that by supporting each other, even in the chat like we do.
Yes, definitely.
The other big thing that I've noticed is that once you realize, like we get in these chats here and we hear other people's stories and stuff, but a lot of times once you hear a story and consider it, and people aren't lying in the group, because like who would waste their time like making up a story? So it's like, it's not that big of a platform for somebody to just get on and make something up. So I always take people for their word at first, But yeah, and it's like the perfect place for people to get on and share their crazy stories, and it's with a group of other people that's experienced stuff. And a lot of people have those things, even that aren't in the group. They just don't share them, But once you realize some things happen to other people, you start looking for them, and then you'll notice them. So like someone that might hear about someone seeing lots of orbs, like I've been seeing all these sort of flashes and sparkles and things like that. And then I might mention that, and someone else is like, oh my gosh, me too. Yeah, you were talking about, because you see them too.
Do you know someone else messaged me? So someone talked about it in a live stream, one of my friends. She was doing a live stream, and she's like, I've been seeing orbs left and right. I'm like, okay. And then I saw one in my last video, my collective starseed reading. There's an orb. You can clearly see it. It's like at like 4 minutes in or something.
Yeah.
And then you talked to me during like the BQHHT thing, the BQHT, and about the orbs, and I'm like, how did you know that? And then I had another friend message me after that who saw the same colored orb that appeared in my video.
Okay.
And I'm like, get out of here! Like, what is up with all these orbs?
Right. Yeah, they've
so
definitely been increasing for me. The sparkly kinds especially, but I've had some bigger ones that sort of had even a texture to them a little bit. I don't know how to explain it. Just they're more than just light, but they actually sort of have volume and texture to them, and it's really weird to see them. I haven't got to see them directly in any of the texture ones. They're sort of out of my view a little, just outside of my straight line of sight. So, and then if you try to look at them really quick, they go away.
Peripheral?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But I've had some pretty close to being in line of sight too.
Wow. Yeah, it's weird that you said the texture thing, because in my video it looked like almost like it was a bug or something, but I caught it like while I was filming, and it just like disappeared in thin air. But it looked like it had texture to it, and I've never seen one like that before.
Yeah, it was almost, I want to say fuzzy, but not fuzzy. Kind of like snow on the screen, fuzzy or something.
Wow.
Like, the old style TV fuzz, snow or whatever on the screen. It's like that, yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting. Yeah, we caught one when we went to Arizona. We caught like a really big one on camera in the Birdcage Theater in Tombstone, Arizona, which is super haunted, by the way. And I have like the ability to where like I have contacted beings that are, I guess you could say, like in the in-between. It's almost like a mediumship ability, but it's still newer. But I've always seen ghosts, like ever since I wouldn't even call them ghosts, spirits, ever since I was young. But this one that we caught on camera there, it's huge, and it's got like what you described, that fuzzy like television looking thing when you zoom in on it. It's like it's got a weird funky texture to it.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
So I think they're going to continue to get more and more sharp, or come into our vision more and more as we progress.
Yeah, I think so too. I think a lot is going to. Do you see like the flashy blinky ones, like the little like flashes of blue light?
Do I see those? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. In fact, lately I've been getting the red. I think I've even got one that was almost more orangish, goldish once, because I thought it was red, but then realized it was sort of. So I never got any orange or red or anything. They were always like usually white, or so white that they were sort of kind of a blue. And then I've gotten these really vibrant blue ones that are so pretty blue.
Yeah.
And then the sparkles that are almost like, when you're holding a sparkler on 4th of July, but just one little sparkle of that, you know what I mean? And they'll just flicker like
yeah.
So
flicker,
I've gotten
like the flash.
Yeah. And purple too. Karen's saying purple. Yeah, I've gotten the purple and violet ones too. So it's normally in that blue, purple, white range though. But lately I've gotten probably about 4 or 5 times I've gotten a red one, and once it was almost like an orangish gold. So they're increasing the colors I'm seeing.
That's so cool. I've only seen the white ones and like the dark blue ones. And I always think like the dark blue ones are like Archangel Michael or maybe the Arcturians.
Yeah. I always wonder too.
Associated with the blue.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like I wish they came with a label.
Right.
Like when you flash, you should have a label.
Right.
Or like it's like telepathically imprint who you are in our minds. So we know, the dark blue one, that's Frank the Arcturian. And
right.
The pink one is Cynthia the Palladian. But seriously, though, like they should come with labels, because I would like to know.
Maybe we just haven't gotten there yet.
Want to know.
I could totally see that we haven't. It's
true.
going to turn on to the point that we can say, "And who are you?" And then we get a response. That'll be cool, Who are you, little fella?
It's like foreshadowing. Yeah,
right.
So funny. I love it.
Yeah, it's so funny because you imagine this tiny orb, but it's probably like this 8-foot, Anunnaki guy on the other end of the orb, right?
Yeah. He's probably like, my name's Butch, who are you? That's silly. This is my mind. But yeah, it's you wonder, I can't wait till the day where we can just see it just without even, either zoning out or just really trying to focus in, where it's just boom, shown, and we see everything. But I think I want to be eased into that too. I don't know if I'd want it to all happen at once. That might be a little overwhelming.
I can't believe I once thought that. I was like, just turn it on already, And let's see. Oh my gosh, Angie says we're going to manifest the orb name tags.
Oh no.
That'd be cool. I'm just totally imagining a little bubble popping up above. Yeah, really.
I want to have ones for my family members.
Wouldn't it be cool if you had an app that would label orbs for you? It would be like, this is Arcturian. No, this is just dust. This is, you know what I mean? That'd be cool.
That would be amazing.
Yeah.
Yes. That would be so cool. Or, that Skyview app on your phone where you can point it up at the sky and take pictures of constellations. It tells you what it is. You could just point your phone at the orb and be like, this is a Syrian being from the seventh dimension.
That would be really cool.
Their name is Economa. That'd be amazing.
I like that your guide's name was Yunu. For those who
Isn't that cute?
Yeah, it's not spelled like you knew, but you knew. You knew.
No, but I should have known, that I knew. Why didn't I know? Well, that you knew.
Right. So
it's funny because that'll come up in conversations sometimes where I'm like, oh, you knew that this was this, and it's like, oh, that was my guide coming through.
Right, that's cool. I was going to ask if you have a regular schedule of shows that you do, or do you just kind of go live whenever you feel like it?
I usually go live on the weekends, so usually like a Saturday or a Sunday when I get a little mommy break. So usually just on the weekends. It's usually just once a week, but if I have more time, I try to do it twice a week. But yeah, I love doing those free mini readings for people. It's a lot of fun.
But people can also schedule sessions with you too, right? Do you have a website or something?
Yeah. I have a shop on Etsy. It's called Kimber Kiss Readings, all one word. And it's listed below all my YouTube videos and under my bio link and my Instagram. But it's pretty cool because we do the reading and they're not face-to-face. I sit with your energy and I meditate, and then I go through the process of automatic writing and pulling cards, and I record everything, and then I send you the pre-recorded video specifically for you, and then you get to keep it and refer back to it whenever you're needing guidance. And I always provide usually a light language session within that reading, so it's really helpful to people because if they're needing healing or higher frequencies to be embedded in, they can re-listen to that light language session that's included in their reading. And honestly, the more that they listen to it, the more it's embedded in, and it actually helps. It helps more doing it that way. But yeah, that's how they work. I do light language sessions and channeled art as well. So just a little mix.
So with the light language, they'll get sort of a customized light language just for their specific. That's cool.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
So for each person, it's different requirements. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah.
I do really love to see everyone's gifts in the community coming online like this and meeting other people and sharing. It's just such a great community to be a part of.
It really is. It's amazing. We're really, really blessed during this time, for sure.
Yeah, awesome people. I mean, It's really, if you can get beyond the fear that they're pushing out there and really get into the moment, I think we're going to look back at these times as being so transformative that we just had no idea, how we just had no idea of. I think that we're in full swing shift mode right now. And I just don't think we see exactly how much is happening, I don't think we're going to be able to see until we're looking back on it to see. That's why I say enjoy these times, you guys. We're living through some awesome times. And if you tap into that now, you can really get that momentum, that energy going,
Yes, yes. I think that's why the light workers are here during this time. We were always like, well, most of my friends would tell me, the year 2020, it's 2020 vision, 2020 clear seeing, 2020 clear knowing. It's when everything will be exposed for what it is, and we will know which timeline to choose. So which one are you going to choose? And I feel like we're really here to help but raise the frequency higher and just help as many people as we can in whatever way that is. And I think you're right. I think it's like the turning point now. And we're going to look back and be like, wow. It's sad, lives had to be lost and this had to happen this way, but how would things change? Everything happens in divine accordance. And when it doesn't, it's always restored back to the natural balance.
Right.
So it'll be interesting to see how things are, played out. But I think it's really choosing the timeline too, manifesting the higher timeline and choosing to participate in that and encourage others to do the same. It's like the domino effect.
Yeah. And like we were mentioning earlier, it seems like it's reaching a tipping point with just the collective in general. People are, I don't know, they're just seeing, maybe we're shifting and people are shifting with us. Who knows? But exciting things are happening. The love timeline, Karen says. Yeah.
A what?
Karen says we're on the love timeline. I like that.
Oh, yes. Yes. I love that.
Yeah. You got the love or the fear. I'm going to go on the love train, you guys. Had enough of the fear.
You know what I was told, Shane? Do you know what I was told that's so crazy to me still? Because I struggle with anxiety. But I was literally told by my guides that fear isn't real. It's simply a program that is running. It's a test.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally agree with that.
So it's how we choose to, I guess, transmute it or just understand that, okay, this was implemented as a test to hold us back, in a sense. But if you think of it in a way where it's just illusory, and what a test, for something to feel so real, to be able to face that. So I think we're doing amazing things, though. I think we're really, we're right where we need to be. And the more that we can just focus on the good things and the love, and encouraging others to do the same and just helping people whichever way we can, I think everything's just going to work out.
I totally agree. Yeah, I totally agree. I feel, Nicholas saying, fear is false expressions appearing real. Oh my gosh, right ear is super ringing right now. Confirmation.
Is your ears ringing?
Yeah, my right ear just started ringing really hard just then. Anybody else? I think we shifted.
My left ear was ringing before this.
Oh, wow.
With a friend, and my left ear kept ringing. Yeah.
Whole lot of shifting going on.
That's confirmation.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
But it's like once you realize people that deal with a lot of fearful things, because there's a lot of scary stuff around, and it's like once it's like it just dissolves away once you stop giving it attention. It's like you're actually perpetuating the very thing that, it's like as soon as you shift your attention off of it, it goes away. It's negligible. I love that word, negligible.
Yeah. Yes. That's very well said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely. Because it's so true. Like, it's like once you just get out of your own mind and just drop to the heart space, it just, what is fear again? What is this that I was so worried about?
Right.
And it's so funny, too, because once we face our fears, like what's on the other side of them is usually nothing at all. And it's like, what were we so worked up about in the first place? Like, what was I so worried about, you know?
I don't know how many times, I guess one time I realized, I was like, you know what? When you think about how much you worry about something that you never needed to worry about in the first place. I mean, like nothing ever happens, right? You like sit there and worry and worry and worry and nothing ever happens. And I've seen people that do that all the time. It's like, do you realize you're worrying all the time and nothing ever happens? Why don't you worry when it actually happens rather than before it happens?
Right. It's like, what is this? Like, this is a bunch of malarkey.
Right. And then you realize how much we like create our own reality, and then you see how much you're like, oh my gosh, I've been using this in the wrong way the whole time, the opposite direction that I should have been using this whole thing. You know what I mean?
All the time.
Right.
Yes. Yes. And it's like, why are we trying to fight our reality so much?
Yeah.
But it's like we're the ones doing it all.
That's why I love Esther Hicks and
it's almost
Abraham
comical.
Hicks. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yes. I love them. Yes.
Yeah, because it's such
I love Esther when she channels Abraham. It's so funny.
Oh, yeah. But it's like, it's basic stuff, but it's so fundamental and important. You know what I mean? It's like, you've got to like kind of understand that whole getting in the vortex that she talks about and knowing what you want and what you don't want and knowing how to focus on it and stuff. She's like totally got that figured out. And I like to send people to her because she's like, well, other than her channeling, I guess that could be weird to people if they, but they might not even realize it. It ain't like you can tell. But
Hey, it's 11:11 as you're talking about this.
Love it.
And I was just thinking in my head, why does Esther Hicks keep being presented in my reality? And I've been watching more and more of her videos, and it's like as soon as you watch them, you're literally transformed from 0 to 100, like as quick as a click, as quick as a click. Like you really are.
I totally agree.
I think there's something there. I think I need to look into this more.
She's been coming up more for me too, and I enjoy listening to her because it gets you back on track.
Yes. Yeah, it's very sensible, but it's like humorous too. Like our guides, what we think, like sometimes they're serious and sometimes they have serious messages for us, but their sense of humor is hysterical. Like it is hysterical. I can't help but laugh sometimes. I'm like, really? This is hilarious. They have a great sense of humor.
Let's see.
Do. And I love that she brings that out when she channels Abraham. I love that.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally enjoy watching.
And it helps us laugh at ourselves. It helps us like lighten up. Like, oh, why was I so serious about this?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, I want to thank you so much. I want to tell everybody to go over and subscribe to Kimber Kiss YouTube channel, and they can find links to connect further with you. And they get a little taste of your energies here, so they know, you're part of the group and everything. And Angie, congratulations.
Yes, congrats, Angie. That's so cool.
That's so awesome. I'll email you, Angie, and we'll set up a time or whatever. And I want to thank you so much, Hope. Oh my gosh, sorry, Kimberly. I got her name on the screen over here. Kimberly, I really appreciate you coming on and sharing your experience, and I hope people come over and subscribe and follow you over there.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciate it, and for everything that you do with the BQHT session. It was phenomenal.
Oh, no problem. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
All righty, you too. Bye-bye. I got one more caller in the queue here I want to get to really fast before we go here. That's a country code. 61. Who am I talking to?
Hello, Shane. It's Nicola. Sorry to interrupt from Australia.
Oh, no problem. I'm glad you got through.
I won't be long. I won't be long at all. I won't be long. I won't keep you long. Hello. I just wanted to say hi because I could get through this week. So, yeah. Hello.
That's awesome. You actually got through on the Australia number this time?
Oh, no. I always get through on your number. Sorry. I haven't tried the Australian number for a while. So, yeah.
That's wild.
I always get through. Yeah, I'll have to try it next time, just to see, give it another go. Has anyone got through an Australian number?
That's a good question. People
Australia?
can ask in the chat or whatever. But I'm looking. Normally, it looks like you're calling in from somewhere in the United States, but this time it actually has your country code 6-1 on it for Australia. So that's why I wondered.
That's me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to say because Kimberly Kiss is such a lovely, lovely, lovely lady, and I just want to, if she's listening in now, I just wanted to thank her for putting out that the HQ thing, and I just really enjoyed listening to your conversation, and I just wanted to thank her so much. So
No
she's
problem.
very aware soul. Very aware soul.
This group of people are so amazing. Are you still gonna be able to go over some crystals with us when you call back in?
Yeah, yes, yeah. It'll be I've been in about a couple of weeks. I've had got this kind of disorder at the moment. Just it's okay. It's what do you call it? I've got cysts, but in between my knuckles, in my ankle, in my knee, in my shoulders, everywhere. Just because the dog's been waking me up for 4 months. From having a rat outside while Gary was away, and then I just sort of kick him out the bedroom, and then if I don't get to him in time in the house, he pees and poos in the house, so I have to clean up. So good information there for everyone listening. But so the cortisol in the body, I know. I had a cyst from a fall anyway for a wrist, but then they popped up sort of all over, so it's been very hard to even outstretch my toes. But Gary's came home for 2 days now, and he's helping me to walk again and everything. So that's why this year's been no go. So I've been sort of a bit since January. That's why I asked you when I rang up in February, I said, is everybody not feeling well? And this is before I really knew that the COVID thing was really big. We didn't really know it was, going to go on. And I sort of had that feeling. Yeah, and at the same time, do you remember I said at the feeling about, I feel like I'm reliving about 2011 now, the same time. I didn't mention the time, but the era, I feel like I'm living that. I feel like then, that those emotions then are here now, like the past is repeating. And I asked you whether you've got the same thing do you ever get that?
I've been getting
repeating.
Well, let's see. Are you talking about just energetically the way you feel, or memories, or what?
Energetically, yes, energetically.
Okay, Michelle and I were talking about this. It's almost like a really strong childlike nostalgia that comes over you. Is that how you would describe it, or no?
Yeah, it can be. It can be childlike. Yes, I've had those. And mine now is specifically from 10 years ago. It depends on the individual, I suppose, and cycles, and how old each individual is. Like if Michelle's a few years younger or older, I don't know. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
So definitely, but it's the same feeling you had, but it's not because you're doing anything.
Right. Yeah, I've definitely gotten that.
Yeah.
And I've gotten it it might be when I was maybe 8 or 9. It might have been when I was 18 or 19. It might have been when I was 28 or 29. It's just like each era of your life carries a vibrational, energetic feeling to it. And it's like you just tap into that feeling. Not a specific memory, but just the feeling.
No.
Yeah, and it's very strong.
And it's very, very, very strong. And now I've put the this last phone call, I couldn't tell you, but now I've got the memory of the time period that it was, that I'm feeling the same feelings now, the same energetic feeling now as back then, and it's and I suspect, I'm going to look out for it every so often, because it may happen, say, like I've just turned 44, so like it may happen, well, that was 10 years ago, but there might have another strong one every 20 years, and then when you're 70, you might find out every 25 years or something. We don't know, do we? Do you know what I mean? So I think it's a bit like history as well, like say every 100 years, because nobody lived 100 years ago, and to feel this feeling, maybe it all cycles around, or every 2,000 years. And we're definitely having a big change now. I mean, this is just after the Christ time, do you know what I mean, though? So 2,000 years time. So anyway, that just came to mind. So that was all. And I've got a couple of things to talk about, but hello, how are you? So, yeah.
Anything on the Mandela effect front?
Well, the Mandela effect front, yes, definitely. I've got a personal one that only I have. So if anybody else in the chat has had this, I was born 20th of March. So I have if anyone can answer the answer to this question, then they have it. I have a movie character, a female, who was born on the exact same date of birth, the same day, the same year as me. And my sister and I have known this for the last 15 years. And about 18 months ago, I noticed that her date of birth changed by 2 days to the 22nd. So I don't know whether I'm allowed to mention the actual movie character's name. Am I on the show, or is that going to be? Am I allowed to mention who it is?
Is it an actress, or is it a?
It's an actress.
A friend.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can mention it. Yeah.
Reese Witherspoon was born on the 20th of March in my whole life. For the 15 years that I've known, in a magazine, I saw it, and my sister goes, 20th of March, same date of birth as me, and then it shifted to the 22nd just over a year ago, and I never wanted to bring it up because I just was thinking, was I supposed to, would it be copyright or anything like that? And because she wouldn't know her birthday had changed because it would been that, but it was always the 20th of March. Yeah, always, and then from different sources as well. Like there was a couple of different magazines that print her birthday, different years, and And,
so you actually found some? You found some residue of it?
No, I have but I've got what you call adhered memories. Like my sister and I were both sitting in the doctor's surgery 12 years ago, and because I know it's 12 years ago because it's when I first went there, and look, we said, Reese Witherspoon, the 20th of March, and then was born the same date as me, same date, same year, and then and we did, and we looked again, and so we always knew that, and then I asked my sister on the phone a couple of months ago, when was Reese Witherspoon born? And she said, the 20th of March, and I said, no, it's the 22nd, and then because my sister's sort of Mandela but not quite. Because my dad's born on the 22nd, she goes, perhaps it was Dad, but no, it wasn't. I know, it was me because it's my birthday, So there you go. Same day, same year. Yeah.
That's wild. But, so it moved 2 days later then. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. It is very interesting, isn't it? So either I've become prematurely in her line, or she's late in my line. Do you know what you don't know which way to look at that? Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, yeah. So has anybody else had that? Can anybody else? I'd love because can you see the chat live, actually live? Because I can't. I'm a little bit behind on the telephone on the mobile. Has anybody else had that experience where a date of birth has changed for somebody else?
Yeah, you guys chime in. Nobody's saying anything yet, but let's see. Yeah, it's Janice is saying perhaps you're experiencing different dimensions. And I do believe, in the way that people talk about different timelines, I don't think of things. Timelines is a great way to discuss it to make it make sense, but I think it's much.
Yeah,
that's a little too simple sometimes to explain what's happening. But yeah, I think, you know, in the soup of consciousness, you were tapping into a point where you and Reese Witherspoon were born on the same day, and now it's shifted a little bit, you know, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Exactly.
Maybe her mom took a
she was
walk
bit-
that day and went into labor early because she walked a little too much at the park or something, and she didn't walk in the park in this timeline. It could be something so simple, you know what I mean?
Exactly. I mean, my sister's second baby was induced. Do you know what I mean? Like my nephew was induced. So, you know, that could, you know, different timeline, different inducing day or not induced at all. So until, yeah, exactly. So, yeah, and I say timeline just to make it simple, but, you know, with the effect and the sporking off, and we all make different, decisions along the way. Like you were saying before, getting stuck in the pothole in the road, you know, that analogy.
Right.
And, and we all have, like, each decision sporks off. And then I think there's main events that we decide, like, before we incarnate, you know, like we all decide before we come down. And then we're led back to where we're supposed to upon different forks in the road. But then we can still, you know, we've always got free will to do in between different things. Because either we do, you know, with Dolores Cannon, like, been listening to a lot of her, either we do or we don't learn the lessons. If you don't, we've got to come back and repeat it all over again. All over again, maybe in a different way, but in a different life setting, but the same lessons, you know, like, if you don't learn them. Yeah, doesn't mean we're going to pass go first time for each lesson.
Thank goodness for amnesia, because if this is my 100th time in this specific lifetime, I'm glad I don't remember. I'm glad for just a little deja vu every now and then. You know, I'll take that. Marianne is saying that the spelling of her name changed on her birth certificate. It's amazing. That's incredible. So I think what
Marianne.
Yeah, that's okay. So Nicola, what she's saying is you might have a memory node of like your sharing a birthday with like a celebrity or someone, right? So if you do, go check and see if that person's birthday is still on your birthday, because that's a memory note you have, and you would notice right away that it's changed. So that's interesting to do that. And then what Marianne's saying, if you've got like your parents' death certificate, birth certificate still stored away, go check and see if any of that stuff's changed, their death date or birth date, or any spellings of their names, because I've heard this happening in all of the instances I just named. I've heard each one of them having changes, so you never know.
That's right. Yes, I have heard that. Marianne, wow, that's her spelling of a name change, like one of her initials or something like that. Yes, I love Marianne W. And I know who you're talking about. She's lovely. And I heard that on a channel as well about the what Marianne W. has been going through as well. And how about, what's his name, who went to the conference, who fell through the glass table, but he didn't, and it moved, and it saved his life.
Suso.
Suso, that was amazing. I just think there's so many, theories I've got in mind. That there's one that I think, we pass away, but then, like, so Suso didn't, but one of his consciousnesses did, and the same with everybody. Possibly this could be a thing, and at the end, there's one soul left. Say, like when you're like 90, like the last one to sort of pass, but you've got all the soul's memories all collected up at the end there. Do you know what I mean? Like what? So when the last Shane or Nicola does actually pass, and you're gone, because you can only live to a certain sort of age in this one, then you finish this lifetime, do you know?
Right.
And then you can have some R&R and go on to the next. Maybe it works like that, because if Suso, he's a really switched on guy, like, I believe that table was there. He fell through it and then he jumped. Do you know what he's got that kind of memory? So yeah, I mean, there's yeah, because I mean, like, you know, we originally come from, like, if you remember back in the 80s, you couldn't imagine going back to that era now. I couldn't. Could you? Do you know what I mean? Like the same timeline.
No way.
No, and read back all the Mandela effects that we know of. Yeah.
But here's the hold on. This is, and I guess this is a great point of discussion or whatever. But if we went back in time now, would we go back to the past that we were at, or would it be different? Because I don't know. What do you think?
I definitely think it'd be different. It'd be retrocausality. The past affects, if that's the word for it, isn't it? Because the past affects the present, and the present affects the future, and the future does affect the present and the past. It all has to. So if we did go back, we would definitely go back to a different past, because we remember. I believe that if we did go back, it may be little subtle effects like it is now. It could be even greater. You don't know. But
if you think about it, when you think about it in those terms, that you can't go back to the past that you remember, we have technically false memories. And that's the thing that makes us so mad when people say that. I mean, they're not really false. I mean, they're real memories, but we can't ever go back to them.
Yes,
so in that instance, they're kind of false, because it's not what we would go back to if we went back in time. So that's kind of crazy to think about.
I know. Could you imagine, right, if we had, say this Mandela effect, I'm going to expand on that. So this Mandela effect does become mainstream for everybody, then we have court cases, and then we've got to say and prove that we do remember that line, and that line, oh my God, can you imagine? Yeah, and I'm finding it really hard now. Like, if I listen to shows that have, like, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Do you have that in America?
Mm-hmm.
Like that show? Yeah, and all the questions. And I'm thinking, oh my goodness, I couldn't go on a show like that now, because my memories, I'd be telling my truth, my memory, but it's changed, hasn't it? So, and I found out a couple of the things I've watched from different shows, like there's another show, I forget what it's called, but I've got the wrong answers, but I know they were right. You know what I mean? Like questions in time, yeah. So, because I knew I'd always be really good at doing questions like that, like as a teen family, like, what's it called, that show? The Chaser. Have you seen that?
No.
The Chaser's in, it's a British show and an Australian one. So it's not American. Okay. The Chaser just asks lots of questions, and it's just like one of those, yeah. So, yeah. Like say a revolution, French Revolution may have started in 17 something or other. It may have started 2 years later, and you said, but I know it did, and whatever, so, yeah.
Ooh, that just made me realize that a lot of the little things that, like in 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue, and all these little things they have, it's like they might not work out anymore if some of the dates change. You're like, no, it's, 1494, when he landed on the shore. That's what it's always been, So
exactly.
But you just made me realize, Nicola, that if you think about, if they, when you talked about bringing the Mandela effect into the courtroom, and then having, like, all the jury members can all agree that, no, we remember it was life is like a box of chocolates, not life was like a box of chocolates. And, what if they do admit to reality changing in such an impossible way? What is that going to do with all the other court cases that have nothing to do with the Mandela effect? Because then people, can they ever really own up to the fact that reality changes like that? Because somebody could just be like, yo, man, that was me from another timeline or something, because I didn't do it, or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. Yet they think everybody would have to have a retrial. Like you can't have double jeopardy. Like you're not allowed that you know, the film. Yeah, well,
Right.
you can now. I mean, yeah, exactly. I think another thing, what came into my mind, when now this COVID thing, you know, is going on, it's taken a lot of people's minds off of the Mandela effect. Not so much probably the, you know, really strong ones like, say, you and I, we're always going to believe it in us, you know, but like it's a diversion, isn't it? It's a massive diversion. It's like, well, think about it. All the businesses are closing down, so we might not have logos to remember to prove that they changed because the businesses may not exist anymore, which is very sad. But
Right.
you know, like, yeah, did you get what I mean? Because I remember a few times I heard along different channels saying you've got to be ready by 2020, get everything in order by 2020. And it was always on the channels for the Mandela Effect channels, like diversions like the Dolores Cannon, and I think, not 100% sure, but I think through one of the BHQ sessions, yes, it was somebody who, not Dolores Cannon read it, but one of her disciples, I should say, for lack of a better word, has done readings for other people, and it was have affairs in order by 2020. Did you hear that? Because I heard that in 2017, 2018, at least
Oh,
two
I might have heard that,
times
but
before
yeah,
now.
yeah, I probably did hear it, but I think I probably heard some 2020 stuff. It was so long ago that I was like, 3 years. We better ascend before then. But now here we are. So
Yeah,
I'm in a
thinking
completely
that
different
for 3
place.
years.
Yeah, sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead.
exactly. But no, I'm just agreeing with you. Like, I was thinking it was going to be a long time, and now it's come. And it really did start in the beginning of 2020. The change, didn't it? The whole world's changed, hasn't it? Like, the whole world, everyone's feeling it different. I mean, like, you know. So, but I want to tell you something. I don't think I'll get in trouble for saying something will happen in Australia, would I? No, anyway, I can have my own point of view. Okay. Now, they were saying on the news just before our elections, it wasn't the big Prime Minister election, but it was like the state election. So, like, I live in Queensland, so it was an election for Queensland. And just before they were saying on the news how contagious it was. You're not allowed to go out in public with any more than 2 people at this time, and you've got to be 1.5 meters apart, even if you are with 2 people, and all this. But they were still holding the election that weekend, like in a few days' time, and they were also predicting at this time that how many deaths would occur, like much more than what has. And they were saying all this, but I couldn't believe the election was still going to be on. And I said to myself, I don't care, I will get fined, because in Australia you have to vote. So otherwise you will be fined. So it's compulsory.
Wait. You have to, you're saying you have to vote there?
Vote. Yes, we do. Yes, for state and federal and everything. We have to vote. Yes, we do. Yes. Otherwise, we get fined. Can you
write yourself in or anything? Or you have to pick somebody they choose? Can you write someone in, or do you have to pick somebody that they offer?
Oh no, only offer. So okay. So how it is you can either do. It's called one above the line, so you pick who you want, out of the choices above the line, or you can label 50 below the line, all in order, which I'm not that political. I don't know all the different things that, do them all in order, all the different parties and the off parties you want. So, and it's really complicated. Here it's different. It's like, so you might have, so you've got the Greens Party, you've got the you might have the sex. There's a sex party, say like for sex for different. If you want to go through the change and things like that, or whichever sex, whatever sex is going on. But there's all different parties, and they give their votes to whoever they want to win. So if they want like Labour, Liberal, or whatever, like that type of thing. So you've got to know who they're going to vote for, like the Greenpeace line and all that. So you've got to look at all that. So I don't get that involved with it myself. So I'll just pick which Prime Minister I vote for when it comes to like that. So you feel like two different cards as well. It's quite sort of complicated. So you have 1 to 5 for which Prime Minister you would. It's kind of it's a lot. It's very involved. But I just do the simple bit. But for this election in Queensland, when I was saying, because I didn't know at this stage in March how contagious this was, and I was thinking, there's no way I'm going out there, because I was so crippled with these cysts anyway. I'd be out for ages, and I said I don't care if I get fined. And then Gary managed to find a way we could pre-vote before we got the online, and then managed to send away, and we pre-voted. So you can postal pre-vote and get it all in like that, or you've got to vote on the day. But I didn't mind the $130 fine. So this
that would have been
Prime Minister one.
Would that have been per adult for you and Gary, or would that have just been per household? Or
no, each.
Oh, wow. Yikes.
Yeah, but no, I wouldn't have done it. So no way was I going out there, because I hadn't watched the actual news, the mainstream news, until a few days before the election. And when I turned it on, I got a bit scared for just about 3 days about the COVID, and that was that time, because I just don't watch the news on the television very often. I just listen. I do YouTube and get everything off of what I call this media is sort of. I don't say there's truth media on the on the phone, on the computer, but it's more what you call all different sides. Do you know what I mean? Like you can look at different facets, different viewpoints, and then discern for yourself what you feel is your truth. Then watch a little bit from the television, and then sort of put it all in together.
Right.
Where my dad, it's verbatim, like it's God, like the television, what it says is what it is. So yeah. Because I remember the day Nelson Mandela died for the second time for me in 2013, and my dad said to me, and he never yells at me like this, but he actually swore, he said, what are you effing stupid? He died yesterday. I said, yes, I know he did. I could see on the television. But I remember we got the lesson at school in 1991 when I was in high school, about, because my teacher was so sad because it was the anniversary, I think it was the year's anniversary, or I don't know what. I can't remember what anniversary it was, but he told us all about Nelson Mandela. I'd never heard of Nelson Mandela in England, and I come over here in 88, you see. So, and I hadn't heard about him since I'm all right,
so that's like the only memory you had of him. You're like, wait a minute, he died again? This guy died a while back.
I know, that's what I said. And of course, because it was there on the television, and, I couldn't... and I didn't know everybody had these changing memories that I've been experiencing since I was 17. I just went, okay, it must have been another, like Martin Luther King or somebody.
Right, maybe it was, maybe it was a
different.
son or something even, or I could think of, maybe it was, I don't know, Nelson Mandela Jr. or something that was... I don't know. I could see you just kind of write it off because you just heard it from your teacher or whatever. But you definitely remember the story of him dying. So that's interesting.
Absolutely, 100%. We actually wrote, I've got to find the book. It's at the bottom of the cupboard. Gary's going to have to get out. It's going to take a big pile. But actually, yes. It was a whole, he did history and geography, modern history and geography. His name is Mr. Venables. And it was in year 9 at school, which is the second year of high school.
Wow.
And he was our form teacher. So it was crystal clear. And it was the only day I got late back from lunch, and I sat in the back left-hand corner of the room as if you're looking at it. I always sat sort of the second row from the front. So I remember the seat I was sitting in as well when I got the lesson. So that's a fixed memory.
I wonder if he's alive still. You could probably blow his mind.
Oh, what? Yeah. That's what my dad said, exactly. Should we ring up Mr. Venable, shall we? Should we go and find him? That's what my dad said. But it hit him so bad. In 3 weeks' time, he brought me the newspaper about Nelson Mandela dying. And they said, here, love, he said, But it really did bother him because he knew I was dead serious. And he knows I'm not, like I don't... I'm not unclever, do you know what I mean? Like,
right.
That's the word to say. He knows I'm smarter than that to get that thing wrong. And he was baffled, my dad, how I really, had that sort of false memory to him.
It's one of those things, though, Nicola, because it's like you get excited. I remember being excited about talking to my sister about Sally Beauty Supply. I just knew she was going to, you might talk to your teacher and it'll be like, no, he died in 2013. It would just be like a different guy, That's how it was with my sister.
Yes.
And then she's like, it's always been Sally Beauty Supply. I'm like, no.
Yes.
But,
no. I know, because that's what I think. I was probably... but I sneaking suspicion he was open-minded, or at least my other history teacher who did the ancient history. I know he would have been. I think he would. You can sort of recognise the soul people who do. Anyway, who do have the effect, or who are open-minded to listen to. I kind of get that sense. I've got a new neighbour next door. And guess what? She's a Mandela affected. She's an ME like me. And I haven't been able to her. I spoke to her once out the front because I could sit on my little chair. But we're going to have a chat from next week because I am getting better with these cyst things. So drinking apple cider vinegar, that helps put your system into the more alkaline, or the correct way. I don't know which way around it is, but anyway, yeah. But she's Mandela affected, and also.
Was she already Mandela affected before you met her? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
She was okay. Good.
Yeah, because I found out she was sort of spiritual like myself. And I asked her the question, have you heard about and when she said yes, I went, oh, no, I've got to ask you a question. What was your memory? And then I can't remember what it was now. Sorry, my brain's gone. But it was one. So she's more, but she talks about a lot of things that we talk about as well. So I'm so looking forward to having a friendship with her. So it's love. I can just tell we're going to be friends for life, and we've been texting each other more or less every day, even though I've been in bed, so for the last few months, and sending each other songs and things like that. So she grew up in an era 12 years before me, but the time makes no difference, do you know what I mean? Like, so she's 12 years my senior, but
I've been hearing about other people where it's like coworkers are getting swapped out for a little bit higher vibe coworkers and neighbors, like what you're talking about. It's strange the way, I don't know, it's like finally I think people are coming together, and we've been spread out so long, we've come together on the internet, and I think now it's like we're going to start having people in our real life, even just finding people in our town, through the internet, because there's plenty of people everywhere.
Yes. I really believe that is happening. It's like the feel of like, because I said to my neighbour next door, I'm not saying her name yet because I've recommended you to her so she can get on and introduce herself if she likes. So I've given it. Of course, I recommended you straight up for the Mandela channel.
Well, welcome to the family if she's listening.
Yeah. Yeah, that's yes, you're probably listening. Yeah. But I said to her, to think of everything we've done in our lives to come up for you and I to meet at this moment. I said to her, and we both, we're on the same wavelength. She's one of us. Yeah. I was going to say, I do numerology.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know if you know, but I did mention that once.
Mm-hmm.
I could do a reading now for somebody over the phone, but
you want to?
They don't have to give their name. I won't look at the chat. But
Yeah, I can look at the chat and pick somebody. Let's see.
Right now, if they want to, but I don't have to. And all I need is the date of birth. You don't have to tell me male or female. I'm not going to look at the phone, so I won't look. And if they would like to ask a question after I've done the reading, would that be you? Yeah. Or
That'd
if
be
you
fun.
wanted to show yourself. But I can't read on behalf. The person has to actually ask themselves. They can't ask for their daughter. They've got to ask for themselves only, because it's not universally. That's not.
Right.
I can't read for someone else without their permission. So, yeah. So if anybody wants to put their date of birth, add that to put their date and year, the whole lot. So that's the only thing. If there's
All right.
one,
We have 12/7/79. Wait, is that
Okay.
what part of the world are you in, David? Is that
That's right.
I'm trying to make
I'll
sure
do it.
I'm trying to make sure it's December and not that's December 7th.
Yeah,
or?
yeah. So you said it's the 7th of December, in other words, isn't it? That's what you say, 1979. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So the 7th. I thought you said the. Yeah. Okay, so that's it. So I write it 7/12/1979, but that's how. Now that's.
Oh wait.
Now that's,
Hold on a second. Let me see.
Hmm?
No, I'm so sorry. He's not in America. So it's July 12th, 79.
Oh, so he's not. Oh, so he does do it the same way around as I do anyway.
Right. Yeah, he does it like you do it. I think we're the only ones that do it the backwards way. But yeah.
Oh, because I did. Yeah, because first of all, I read about the beginning of the life, which is the 1979 through to 14. Then the middle stage is, the year, and the month, and then the day. So it's better. I'm so glad that was meant to be. Yep. So okay. All right. So if everybody can imagine in their heads, even if you're American here, 7/12/1979. So I'll just do the math here. So I'm going to add up the year first. So 1 and 9 is 10, is 17, is 26, is 8. I just want to double check. It's going to be perfect. 1 and 9 is 10, is 17, is 26. So it's an 8 above the year. Okay, so we'll just go here. There's a 3 above the 12, because that's how we make it there. So that's a 3. And, of course, there's a 7 above the 7. Now, the inner soul number is the 7 and the 3, so it comes down to a 1. So, because it comes to 10, it comes down to a 1 and a 9. So this person is a 9 in total of numerology. I just want to double check I've got all that correct. 1 9 is 10, is 17, is 26. Yep, got that perfect. Okay, so what I'd like to do is do the reading, and who wants to ask a question at the end or halfway through, just let me know. But I'll probably just go straight through. Okay. So you've already said he is a 9. Okay, comes to a 9. Is a humanitarian. So
wait, it was an 8, wasn't it?
No, it's 8 above 1979. 1 and 9 is 10. 7 is 26. And hang on a second. 1 and 9 is 10. 7 is 17, and 9 is 26. So it's an 8 above the 1979. There's a 3 above the 12, and there's a 7 above the 7. And then you go 7 and 3 is 10, so you put 1 underneath, and 1 and 8 is 9. So, in other words, you add it all up. So in
I
total,
see what you did.
I've got 5 numbers here. Yeah, have you got a pen and paper, Shane? Have you got a pen and paper there yourself to write it down, or not? Do you have a? Yeah, because then you could sort of see. So first of all, I'm doing with the actual number. So it all adds up to a 9. Okay, so are you with me there?
Oh, because of the 1 and the 9, I guess I was missing that.
Yes, or if you go across the top, you've got 7, 3, and 8, or 3, 7, and 8, whichever way you add up, and that would come. So you bring it down to its lowest common denominator.
I see.
So 7 and 3 is 10, and then 10 and 8 is 18, and 1 and 8 is 9. And so, yeah. In other words, so what I do is add up the inner soul number. 1 and 8 is 9. So that's the way you double check it as well. You add it up both ways. So, yeah. So,
okay. Yeah.
Well, yep. So I've got 5 numbers in front of me. I've got the 7, the 3, the 8. The inner soul number is the 1, and then the 9 is the actual number that this gentleman is in numerology. Okay, so, you're with me so far, yeah?
Yeah.
So the so 9, this person is a humanitarian. He will, the very, 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 very kind-hearted soul will a lot of the times put other people before himself, yet there's other numbers that will come later that will say that he does know when to put himself first, because if you can't be there for yourself, you can't be there for anybody else. So that he does have this sense that he does know when enough is enough, but he's very, very, very kind. In his life, there will be a lot of endings, completions, and new beginnings. So it's quite a big lifetime he's picked. That big means good. I mean, there's a lot of lessons. So there's a lot of a lot of lessons. I mean, some can appear like that they're not so good at sometimes, but then they pop out to me, oh, I'm glad I went through that because I've become this now, that type of thing. So there's a lot of lessons to be learned in this lifetime. So profound ones, because 9 stands for endings, beginnings, and endings, completions, and new beginnings. So as well. If I remember anything else about the 9, it's been a while since I've done it, so I'll come back to that. But yeah, a kind-hearted soul. Now, we're going above the 1979 now. Now, first of all, there's an 8 there. So this gentleman is 100% an old soul. If not, definitely one of the oldest souls of human beings on the planet.
Wow.
So, as in incarnations from Earth. So, yes. I don't know about, I haven't learnt about extraterrestrial old souls, so I can't, say about that. But I can say, as in Atlantis or even Lemuria, more than likely. But I do not know, because I haven't got. I'm not doing a reading as in sitting in front of him feeling his vibrations. So, but definitely.
I'd say that's right on. I'd say probably most in our group are old souls, probably. Yeah, but I'd say that's probably right on.
Definitely. Yes, definitely. Or you may get some new souls who are here to have a little, here to learn a bit more. But definitely,
I don't think they'd be here after 3 hours, but I mean, maybe, who knows? Maybe they're really hungry. I think they left a long time ago. Like, that's just a little too weird for me. I'll come back later, maybe.
Yeah. yeah. You can't have a. Geez, yeah, I know. Yeah, but brand new soul hopping into our group. You'd be like, oh, what's this? I've got off on the wrong stop. Yeah. So if you've got an 8 there in your birthday, in these numbers, that means you definitely are an old soul. If you haven't got an 8, doesn't mean you're not an old soul. But when you've got an 8, there's no way you're not. So you are. So that's this is my belief, and this is what that's what I'm saying. Now, the 8 is between the age of 1 and 14, 1 and 15. It's from the age you've been born through to about before you sort of your puberty age, like that sort of thing. This is the beginning of your life. This gentleman, would have had a lot of lessons to go through. That can be positive or negative. Everything's yin and yang anyway. So, and a lot of what's it called? There would have been a lot of so a lot of lessons to go through, but being very aware, being an old soul, it would have been very clued on about what to do, very intuitive. That's what I'm trying to say. That's it, very intuitive. That's coming through now. Yeah, very intuitive. And and a lot of games may have been played. Now, when I say games, I mean we're all here to play games. Like like Shakespeare said, the world is a stage. Games are lessons. So there would have been a big chunk from childhood, a lot of stuff to go through there. So I wondered if this makes sense to thank you, volunteer, whoever's doing this.
Well, David's born in '79. I'm sure he's probably spent some time gaming too. So. And it is like, you say to a gamer, it's just a game, and they don't like that. They're because they take games very seriously. So for those who think calling life a game is kind of saying it's less than what it is a lot of gamers take games seriously. We want to win. You want to be a good gamer. You want to play the game well. And I think that's a helpful way. And then that removes the fear also. If you're here to learn a lesson and play a game, then you're not scared that the Ghost and Pac-Man are going to catch you. You see what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Thank you for adding that, for clarifying that too. Geez, Shane, you're so good. You really are. You've come such a long way, haven't you? Oh my goodness.
I have, haven't I? It's so crazy.
I know. I am absolutely in awe, but I did pick it, didn't I? With you, I did.
Yeah, we're all growing together. It's amazing.
I knew it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's wonderful. Let's continue on this. Yeah, so when I say games, it is life lessons games. So it is deadly serious for us here. Yes, I'm not making light of that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is. When I mean games, it's Now, we all wear masks in life, as if you know what I mean by masks, Jane. As in, you might go to work, you have your work mask on because you've got your politeness, where if you're selling retail, and then you've got your mask on. You're at home. You see yourself and your family, if you can be, if you come from a good family, whatever, good family, and this person has had to wear a few different masks, maybe at school being somebody else, or a lot of that type of thing. So we all wear masks, so that's not unusual. But there's people who are old souls with the 8, they do wear a few masks especially just in the early ages here to start with. Just they're coping mechanisms, like like at a party you might pretend you're having fun if you're not, but I'm saying, yes, I'm just being broad here because I can't do psychometry with it or anything like that because I haven't got a ring to hold or read off of. So, so just saying, yeah, okay. So I'm just going to move on here. And this person here has definitely got some sort of psychic ability and gifts as well. We're all psychic, but whether we tune into them or not is, whether we've chosen to or not in this lifetime. So intuitiveness, definitely, and being an aware soul. That's what I'm trying to say as well, being an aware soul. So more than just, that's what I'm saying, more open-minded, that type of thing. Now, I'm going to move on to the 3 here. The 3 stands for third-party interference. Now, and this is at the time between 15 onwards through to about the age of 50. So this is like the middle of the life. Because, we live to 90 odd nowadays, so it's about, I sort of count it up to about 50, even 60 can be middle age, nowadays. But for third-party interference, now that you can take that as good or negative or positive. But what I would warn with third-party interference, and from life experience myself, is if ever you're going to go into business, this is the gentleman I'm talking to, be very aware if you're going to sign paperwork with a third party on the paper. So now you don't count your partner in life, so, your husband and wife or
so this would be like if he has an adult kid or something like that then, or?
Sorry, like a...
So this would be like, I don't know, a good friend or maybe an adult kid or something, you're saying?
I didn't hear the second one. A good friend or an adult carer, did you say?
Oh, adult, one of your children that have grown up or something. I'm just saying someone that's not your immediate spouse or partner, you're saying?
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's
okay.
Exactly. That's
okay, so
saying.
I got you.
Yeah. So, okay, so if you're going to go like into business or anything with a if you're going to sign a form with a third party on, so you've got, say, you and your spouse, you and your person, your de facto, whatever, whoever you live with, is you count as one. The bank manager is the second one if you're borrowing money. So that should be it. But if you have a third person on there, so be aware of third-party interferences. Now, they're always going to come at you because they're in your numbers. So it's up to you to discern who I'm talking to, whether you choose to do that. Because some third-party things can be very advantageous for third-party interference people. But some, you've just got to really think about it before you do sign that form or
David's asking
go into an agreement.
He's asking spiritual. So could this be something, an agreement, a spiritual agreement or arrangement, or does it have to do with surrounding money?
It doesn't have to be surrounding money, no. It can be anything with threes. So any agreement that you do with threes. So
technically, it could be like maybe one other person, and then a third party could be someone maybe intervening to stop something from happening. So it could be a positive thing, you're saying too. You just have to be discerning about it.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. Okay. So yes. So if you can't, actually, I'll put my microphone closer. So it's up to to you. I'm going to talk directly to this person now.
David.
Up to you to discern. So, sorry.
His name is David. I was letting you know.
Oh, David. Oh, David.
Yeah.
Hello, David. So, David, it's up to you to discern whether you want that third person you want to side forms that third person or do this handshake gentleman's agreement or whatever. So it can be positive, but it can also be negative. But so be very aware before you go into anything like that. If you've already done it, that's okay because you're meant to. And if it was a negative experience, you're meant to learn from it. So that's okay and grow. And if we go through something and it was negative, if you learn from it, it wasn't because you grow from it. So, and then you know not to do it again, that type. So I've also got third party because I born in March. So, and we did do something signing with third party, and I was warned not, like to think about it first, the same as what I was doing. And I'm glad I did learn from it because I won't do it now later on in life when it will matter, So, yeah, so it's okay. So, things can be changed. You can always get out of these agreements anyway, so it's okay. So it can be positive or negative. So all of these things can be. So, but just be aware of that. That's what I was going to say. So always in your life you will find you will have probably people coming up to you, David, asking you for advice. You may find overwhelmed at sometimes because a lot of people may come up to you to ask you for advice, and you may not have much there for yourself. That's where the humanitarian comes in, because you're so kind and giving, and you empathize with people, and you can possibly give too much of yourself away as well, but then you've always got to have enough there for yourself, because if you can't be there for you, you can't be there for anybody else. So it's just about taking that time to judge whether you look after yourself more this time, if you've got the energy or the money to spare, but try not to lend anybody any money you don't have and borrow money on their behalf. That's something that we did, so that was the wrong thing for us. We borrowed money that we didn't have and we didn't get back. So, but I'm not saying it's bad, I'm just saying it is. That will keep coming up throughout your life. Because you're not 50 at all. Yeah, you're only just 40 there. Not 40 this year, that's right. Okay, or 41. That's right. Okay, now a 7. We're coming up to the 7. So we're talking about 50 years onwards, and this can affect before 50 as well, but you've got or any time in your life, but you've got a 7 there. Now 7 stands for many things. It stands for spirituality straight up. Now, it can mean that when you were a child, you may have been brought up, you may have been brought up like either, Catholic, Christian, whichever religion. You could have been brought up religiously and now become open-minded to believe in what you wanted to be, what you want to choose, or you could have been brought up like atheist, not to believe in everything. But what I'm saying is now you are a very open-minded soul. I know we all are in this group, but people with 7s there are very open-minded souls. So they're willing to listen to what others have to say about religion, about spirituality, about, Mandela effect, all different things. Then take it on yourself, David, for what is your truth. So listen, that's what you've tended to do throughout your life, David, is be your, you listen to everybody and then you make up your own mind. But you will always remain an open-minded person, because that's great having a 7 at the end there, especially, because that means you're not going to close off halfway through and then become all yeah, being open-minded, I think it's a really, really, really good thing, you know, because then anything's possible, you know. You don't close off from life and say, no, that can't happen, that won't happen. So you've got that. But a lot of people who've got that were brought up, doesn't mean you were, but a lot of them are brought up religious and then in some way or form, and then you decide for yourself later on. Now, David, so I'll keep going, and if you said stop, I can stop, but David, you will know people in your life that have walked the wrong side of the law. Now, that can mean anything from just like a traffic like offences, like people with speed and things like that, or through to, you know, like going to prison for crimes. You don't have to say anything or anything, but you will know people have walked the wrong side of the law, or you have yourself. Now that's so that means either one way. Yeah, it can mean one or the other. I can't discern from the numbers just here with that, and that's your personal business. So, but just letting you know that you will know people in your life, and that you might be there to help them as well, being the humanitarian that you are, the open-minded spiritual person, and the old soul, the wise person. You're very, very, very wise. And also, I'm going to incorporate this. Your inner soul number, David, is a 1. So you are very, very strong, and you know it on an inside level. You may not say it openly to everybody else, but you know deep inside, David, that you can achieve anything you set your mind at task to do. So you may have said to yourself at one point in my life, I'm going to do this, and you knew you were going to do it, and you did it. So when you set your mind at tasks, people who have 1s, as in the soul numbers, or who are a 1, can achieve anything. I know we all can. Yes, we all can. But 1s tend to have can get really, really, really strong faith and know. Now, so, and you
which
may
is
have
what's
known
required to
before.
manifest it. Really, you have to really know it, and then you can do it. And you're there, David. That's awesome. That's so cool. This is awesome.
Yes. Yes. So that's exactly right, Shane. So David would have known it before. He would have learnt it from being open-minded, from all that he's learned in his life, David. So yeah, you would have known this inwardly as a child, and you will always know this. And always remember, if ever you're feeling down in your life or anything, always remember that you can always change it, because you can. That's one of your really, 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 that's a strong point. That's a strength there. We all can, every single person can in this world manifest it, but you've always had that core belief, and you always will do so. So that's...
he's saying he doesn't have any past life memories, which I don't either, but I think, on a core level, we have a knowing without really remembering, if that makes any sense.
Yes, you can. Yes.
Yeah, I think most people in the group are like that. Like, I don't remember any previous lives, but I know. I mean, you can feel the familiarity with people as we come together, and I don't know, you can just feel that there's something familiar. It's just beyond reach of memory or anything like that.
Yes. Yeah, like I've always felt, I don't know, but Shane, have you ever felt an affinity with, like Egypt or something? That means they've had a past life there, even though you can't remember Egypt. Yeah. Have you had an affinity with Egypt? You have?
Yeah, in fact, it came through a session that all of us in our group has been involved with Egypt. That's like that's where we have our connection, is through Egypt. It actually, it came through that everybody in our chat. So if you're listening to this right now.
Just now they were saying that included David. May I ask David? David, have you had an affinity with Egypt since you were a child, or when did it start? Can you remember? I just want to ask David that.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a delay, but David can chime in with sort of your connection.
Yeah.
I've always found the pyramids to be mysterious, and I've always loved the documentaries and stuff like that. So it wasn't until lately when I heard that I might actually have a connection back there that I, looked a little deeper into it. But let's see.
Yeah. That means I'm in my soul group family because, yes, I have been in Egypt. I've met people in my circle that came from Egypt. Mm-hmm. I was actually in charge of the snakes in Egypt. I wasn't a high priestess or anything, but I was in the, I was there, perhaps a servant or something, but I was in charge of the cobras, and I did lapse concentration. I got bitten by one, and that's how I died. Now, in this lifetime, I didn't know this until I was 20 about being bitten, but I've had a phobia of snakes, as in touching a magazine picture of a snake is very hard for me to put my hand on it. That's scared of snakes. That's the only thing I'm scared of. So yeah, if David, has had Egypt too. So I've just wondered, but Egypt, yeah.
That's and Alva's saying too with the Egypt thing. So I think we all have. Oh, you know what? I don't know if you guys remember the story I told, but there was one night when I was going to bed. This was in 2017 when I first started waking up to the Mandela effect and all that. I was going to bed one night, and I started having those hypnagogic images that come to your mind just before you fall asleep. And I was in a sarcophagus in Egypt, like locked in one of those, tombs, alive. And it was horrible. Oh. And it was like I was remembering. It was like I was remembering a previous life. So I think that might be how I left that life, or at least one of the times. But did you know about the one the snake and the what is it? It's on King Tut's helmet now, or there's like another animal on there now. I can't remember what it is. It seems like it's a bird and a snake now.
It's a bird. Yeah. I've actually got two King Tuts. I've actually owned four or five King Tuts. Believe it or not, I've got pyramids everywhere. I've got salt lab pyramids. I have Nefertiti here. You talk about Egypt. I've always had an affinity with. I'm just about to get you the two different pieces. Oh, the one broke off. Okay. All right, okay, so one is a snake. Oh, okay, right, so, King Tut here has two snakes, one of my King Tuts, and one of my King Tuts has just one snake, and then
residue.
I remember a picture, and then so I've got three, and now I've got a memory. I've got a picture which I can't find at the moment, where I remember it's not a falcon, but it is a type of a bird.
They're saying somebody's saying a vulture, somebody's saying a falcon, maybe.
Yeah, falcon, vulture, bird. Yeah, definitely a bird of prey. So I'm saying, what one who could pick up a snake probably. That's what I mean by bird of prey, a smaller snake and kill it. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Yeah, that's.
But still,
anyway.
Nicola, I think we have like a lion and the lamb situation with the bird and the snake, don't we?
Yeah, we do exactly that.
Is that the message? The bird and the snake will hang out together. The lion and the lamb, the wolf and the lamb. Now, of course.
Yeah, the wolf and the lamb. Oh yes, I used to have the poster up at school in England with the lion, the lamb, the lion. Yes. So, anyway. So yeah.
Yeah. That's actually one of the. That was actually one of the funner ones. I'm sorry, the delays. I didn't mean to talk over you. The delay so bad. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, was there anything else you wanted to say about the Lion and the Lamb, or was you going to say anything else then, or not? No. Okay, so we get a delay. So yeah, I was saying. So yeah, past lives and things like that. How do we get onto past lives with the? Okay.
Oh, the Egypt thing.
Yeah. So with the old souls, also I forgot to say, old soul means you're not just old from like one of the first human beings to incarnate on Earth. That's that old, but you've had many lifetimes. Like David, you could be so old you may be on you may only have a few lifetimes to go. This may be your last lifetime on Earth. We're saying you might incarnate on another planet or a different realm. I don't know what is next. I do know a few things, but I don't have to go into all that now. But I'm saying it's always your choice to come back. Once you've completed everything that there is to complete, all your lessons and all your lifetimes, you can choose to come back and, be there to guide and help. Like I'm sure there's people in this group that have chosen to come back at this point in time.
Yeah,
to help others, like the Mandela effect, like we may have already completed. I know I haven't. I know I've still got a few to come. I've been told that I have past life memories now, only through regression and through meditation, but I never had them innately as of, just starting off like some people have them from childhood, but no, I never had that. So, but I mean, David, you could develop past life memories. Anything's possible. If your whole thing in life was to own a Lamborghini, for instance, you will have it. If that's your dream, if your dream's to own a white fluffy pussycat, you'll have that. Whatever you put your mind to, you will achieve.
It's so funny, Nicola. I gotta chime in because that was my childhood dream as I was a kid. When I was a kid, was having a Lamborghini.
Oh, you're kidding. Do you know what I'm doing now? I'm picking up on your energy. That's amazing. That happens. I'm becoming, because I'm psychic as well, but this is my first reading sort of over the phone.
Matter of fact,
so I do the numbers,
it's as an artist, I grew up drawing cars, and I drew Lamborghinis more than any other vehicle or anything. It was, and even we went on this vacation in Colorado, and there was this place where you could buy a ride in a Lamborghini, and my dad paid, I don't know, $25 for a 20-minute ride and tipped the guy.
Oh, wow.
Just because he knew it was like my dream, So I got to ride in one too. Like a 20-minute ride. So yeah, and took a picture next to it and everything. So that's amazing that you picked up on that. That's amazing.
Wow. Oh, thank you for that confirmation. I really appreciate that, because that tells me that I'm on the right path of, getting back into the readings again that I used to do when I was 20-odd. So, I've done them in between, but not so. Thank you. And
so who was the white, the fluffy white cat or something you said? Was that the second thing you mentioned?
Yeah.
I wonder who you were picking up on there.
I don't know. I just, first thing that comes to my mind, I say, but I'm just doing like analogies here, but sometimes I could be tuning into somebody, and it was meant to be that for you. And I always think red Lamborghini. Did you think red as well by any chance, Shane?
That's what I wrote in, a red Lamborghini.
No kidding.
That's the one I have a picture next to, is the red one.
Did you?
No, I swear.
You're joking.
And they had a red one and a white one, but I chose the red one to ride in and take a picture next to. So that's funny that you nailed it.
Yeah, because guess what? No, I'm not joking. White came into my mind. I knew it was red, but then there was I was going to think, is Shane going to say a white Lamborghini here? Now, I wonder why. Now,
That's
was
amazing.
you ever tossing up between the white and the red? Like, or would it have been the black? Like,
I loved both of them.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I loved them all. Because I had, calendars, and each month it would have a different color usually, and I loved every color of it. But I did choose the red when I had the opportunity to choose between the red and the white. So just because it was so bright, So that's interesting.
Yeah.
You picked up on the red and the white, and you favored the red like I did. That's cool.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So we're definitely on the right track. Wow. I just hope I could help go on. So fluffy chat for David. See if he says yes. But no. I was just saying things.
Well, it sucks that we're out of time because we had like 2 or 3 people in the beginning that had put their birth date or whatever. So really, it would be cool to do this, more often if we could get in a little bit earlier. I'm running a little bit long, and I got Raleigh waiting on hold.
Nice.
He wanted to share a Mandela effect really fast. But do you think we could do this again?
Oh, please. Absolutely.
That was really fun. I'd love for you to give me a reading. Maybe you can give me one next week. You can start with me. Yeah.
I would love to. Please, yeah, because next week I don't have anything on, so and Gary's not here, so I'll come in. I'll let you go to speak to Raoul now and hear the Mandela effect. So Dave, if you've got any questions, just email Shane, and then you get my email address. Yeah.
Yeah, or if you're going to be in the chat, you guys can chat a little bit further too.
I am going to be in the chat, so yeah.
David's still there.
I could do that as well.
Thank you so much, Nikolai. I
Okay,
appreciate
David.
it so much. That was such a great reading for David, and I look forward to doing this again because that was really fun.
I enjoyed it too. It was my pleasure more than anything. Thank you, David. Thank you, Shane.
No
See
problem.
you later. I'll be in chat. Okay.
All right,
Cheers.
all right. Lots of love to you.
Talk
Bye-bye.
next week. Love and light. Bye-bye. Bye.
All right, let's see if we can get Raul on the line here. Let me see here.
Shane?
Are you there?
Hey, Shane.
What's up, buddy?
I'm standing underneath the stars. Do you know what they say the stars are? Angels.
I know it. I know it's really beautiful up there.
That's what they say.
You can see.
They say where I'm at. What now?
Yeah, when I was up there, just the stars are so beautiful up there. We're in that area when we were.
Well, I'll tell you where I was. I was crossing the Continental Divide. I was headed cross country. I just drive for a living for the last 35 years. That's all I do is just whatever I want every day. And so I was driving across country, and I went over the top of the Continental Divide, and I told my wife then, God bless her soul, she passed away real young, Shane.
Sorry.
Real sad.
Yeah.
She was a beautiful young lady, And then anyway, we were crossing the Continental Divide, and I got out of the car, for a minute to take a break, And then I just looked up at the stars, Continental Divide, and I swear I saw God.
Right.
Hey, do you wanna hear what we found tonight? I'll just share on that, Shane.
Let me chime in really fast, Raleigh, while I'm on topic about the Continental Divide. When I was 12
I'll go
years old,
inside here I'll go inside and be quiet.
Yeah, it's only a little.
Let me go back inside here, and I'll be cool.
Yeah,
and then, but I'd like to share on a couple of serious Mandela effects we found tonight.
Oh yeah, I can't wait. Yeah, I just wanted to chime in that when I was 12, we took a vacation out to the Continental Divide, and I took a picture of it and actually got it on the news when I was. Actually, I think I was 11 when I took the picture, but they had it on the behind the weather with the temperatures and stuff on it. It was like the highlight of my life at the time. But anyway, I just thought
it's breathtaking.
I used to have it on VHS tape of them showing it.
I was by Yellowstone Park.
Mm-hmm.
pretty close to Yellowstone Park, where the Continental Divide, right there.
Yeah.
And I looked up, and I could not believe it. It was unbelievable. It was like this. The sky was on fire.
Was it like sundown or something? It was the sun?
Oh no, it was middle of the night. I'm a night guy.
Yeah.
I
think
I'm
a
one
lot
of
of
those
us are.
guys at the Maya. You know the Maya Aztec people.
Yeah.
You know they hired guys like me because I stay up all night long.
Keeping an eye out, huh?
I do.
Yeah.
And I sleep in the daytime for the last 30 years. And it was the Maya Aztec would hire guys like me to map the stars.
Oh.
Hey, I'm going to tell you right now, the stars are showing that June 3rd is very serious. And then I already told you about the 23 September 2017 prophecy is still in motion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's I'm not going to say a major chapter, but I'm going to say a minor chapter is going to happen on June 3rd. And then, so be ready for that. It's going to be a shift. Do you want me to share on the Mandela effects that...
Yeah, let's hear the Mandela effects. What'd you guys come up
Okay,
with?
I call her Helen London. Do you know Helen?
Frosty, yeah.
Yep, Frosty. Okay, she found something tonight, and then, you know my parents work for NASA, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that? You remember I told you that? Okay, so I follow the stars, and then 23 September, it looks like the messenger, Mercury, is going to be meeting up with the sun. And Jupiter is the child of 23 September 2017. And June 3rd, June 3rd is going to be a shift. I would say expect a shift then. Is my volume good? Does that sound better like that?
No, I think
you're like that.
No, it's better before.
All right. So what is going to happen is I would expect a shift then, and that's what Helen saw, and it was last week, and there was another shift, and do you know Dale Dufay?
The name sounds familiar, not offhand though.
Well, what he talks about is the Earth is spinning out, and Orion and Sagittarius are spinning out. Well, it's my belief that the Milky Way galaxy is spinning in. And so we're being pulled into the black hole center of the galaxy. Now, this is symbolic. Again, my parents, my family, my whole family worked for NASA.
Yeah.
Okay? And I'm going to tell you right now, there is no such thing as terra firma moon or any planets. That's my belief. I believe in the biblical dome. Do you know what I'm talking about?
The firmament, right?
The firmament, yes.
Yeah.
And so the firmament is embedded by lights. And that's what the planets and stars are just lights. Would you like me to just share on the Mandela effects, or do you
Yeah,
want
let's hear
to
the
cover
Mandela
any other
effects.
topic? Okay. Well, tonight, this morning early, I saw Helen reporting on that the Orion Earth. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Right.
Okay. The Orion Earth is now renamed, and I forget the name that she said. You'll have to go to Helen Frosty channel, and you'll see what she's talking about. And I see the same thing, Shane, because I have had star charts on my walls since I was a teenager, and I'm an old wise guy.
So,
and my parents work for NASA. And I'm going to tell you right now, the name of Orion Earth changed just a few days ago.
So they don't call it the Orion Spur anymore, or whatever it was last time?
No, it's not called Orion Spur anymore, no. And I believe it's 25 now. This is all symbolic. 25,000 years. I've never heard this before this morning. 25,000 light years from the edge of the galaxy, where we were in Sagittarius. Right? Do you hear my cat?
No, I can't.
She's squeaking. Anyway.
Oh, I heard her there. Yeah.
Okay, and 25,000 light years from the black hole center. Now, Dale Dufay says, he's a Mandela effect researcher, and he believes that we live on, several Earths. Many. And then, we just keep getting transferred and jumped. Now, my belief is we're on just two. Maybe I better just share on the Mandela effects that Helen and I both saw this morning.
That's what I thought you were doing. But to chime in with what you were saying,
okay, so
one of the Mandela effects was us moving.
I'm just gonna line this up for anybody that's a doubter. Okay, so Capricorn, the symbol, zodiac symbol. Once again, I think I've mentioned this to you, Shane, before. I'm a biblical scholar, and I'm also a black belt in New Age. And I loved your last caller.
Oh,
I just loved what your last caller had to share. Who was that? Was that Nicole?
Yeah,
Simpson?
Nicola Simpson, yeah.
Oh, Nicola Simpson. Honey, if you can hear me, you are right on. Okay.
Tapped in, amazing.
Oh, she's got it. She's got it nailed. Because, yep. We won't go into that, though. Okay, so Sagittarius now has a new name change. Well, let me line this up. Okay, so the symbol Capricorn is what?
I don't know. I'm looking up. Yeah,
It's a goat.
Okay.
It's a goat. Can you look it up? I can't see online.
A goat. Okay.
You see it?
Yeah.
You see it?
Yeah, because I always wonder
What
if
is
I always mix it up with the ram, but yeah, it's a goat. Looks like.
Yeah, it's not mixed up with Aries. Okay, so you see the goat, right?
Yeah.
What is it? Is it a goat?
I don't know. What is it? Is it?
It's a fish.
Oh, no. This is definitely some kind of horned animal. I'm just...
No. Look up the Capricorn zodiac symbol. It's a fish now. See it?
Nope, it got Mandela back, man.
Oh,
Look it up.
no, that's okay.
Just
look it up.
Flip-flopped. It flip-flopped.
No, look it up.
Have you ever
It's a
experienced the
fish now.
flip-flop? Have you ever experienced the flip-flop? It's a
Yeah,
trip,
but if you look up Capricorn, the zodiac symbol, it is now a fish.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So anyway, I'm trying to tell you that things are changing fast.
They're saying it's a goat fish.
Brand new Mandela effect.
Oh, it
Brand
does have a
new.
little fish tail on the end of it.
It does have a little tail. Isn't that something?
What the heck?
Now listen to this. Listen to this. Sagittarius. Spell it. Don't look. Spell Sagittarius.
Ooh, let me think.
Don't look. Don't look.
I'm not. I'm thinking. I'm looking in my brain. I'm trying to decide if it has 2 G's or 2 T's. That's sort of.
Nope. T's. T is in Tom.
But it actually
Never
has 2 G's
had
now,
2
right?
T's. Never has it had 2 T's. Never.
That's funny. I knew it would be like a. Let me actually say it's spelled here.
And then, Sagittarius, I-O-U-S, Sagittarius.
Oh,
I-O-U-S
now. Weird.
Yes. That's a new Mandela effect name change.
Yeah. Man, that looks weird.
I saw that. I know it does. And then, now, Helen Frosty.
Did it used to have 2 G's before, Raw? 2 G's and 1 T?
No, just 1 G and 1 T.
Okay, and then an O at the end, because it definitely looks weird at the end too.
No, it never had it always had the O,
right.
And now it has I-U-S.
Right, instead of I-O-U-S.
That's a new Mandela effect change.
Yeah, that's really new.
I know. And then so I saw that this morning, but Helen pointed out that we are no longer on the Sagittarius arm.
Right.
We
went from Sagittarius to the Orion spur, but it's not that anymore.
Or excuse me. Orion spur. We are no longer on the Orion spur.
That's strange. Looks like people don't remember the O in there, but that's how I remember spelling it, Nicola, with 2 G's.
I spelled it with 1 T, 1 G, and I-O-U-S.
Yeah.
And now it's spelled, I-O-U-S. And now it's spelled so bizarre. And
it definitely looks funny to me.
I graduated from Boise State University, and I almost graduated electrical engineering. Do you remember my thing about Tesla?
Right.
Do you remember what I said about Tesla or not?
What part?
Nikola Tesla.
Right. You said.
I said that Edgar Casey gave him everything he knew.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I knew it was something like that.
And then now that gets into David Wilcox, but we won't go into that. But I knew Edgar Casey's son, Hugh Lynn Casey, personally.
Mm-hmm.
And my brother knew him better than me.
That's awesome.
And then Edgar Casey taught Nikola Tesla everything he knew. I know, that's bizarre, isn't it? Isn't that crazy? An American psychic, Edgar Casey, was friends with Nikola Tesla for over 25 years.
That's crazy. That explains why he had so much information.
He had so much information.
Yeah.
Anti-gravity, perpetual motion, free energy.
I always
the
figured he had
laser
a direct.
technology.
I always
Yep,
figured he had a
free
direct
energy,
connection.
You know, high energy weapons. All of that information was given to Nikola Tesla by Edgar Casey, American psychic. He was born in 1877, and he died about the same time Tesla did. And they were friends for over 25 years. You know, have you heard the name Hugh Lynn Casey?
Sounds a little bit familiar. I don't know.
That was Edgar Casey's son. I knew him.
That's cool. Hey, did you already
I'm twice
mention?
your age. Shane, I'm twice your age, okay? And so please listen to the old wise guy here, okay?
Did you have any other Mandela effects? Because I'm going an hour and 10 minutes over. I really need to wrap it up. Was there anything else?
Oh, you gotta go?
Yeah, I'm actually
No,
an
I
hour
told you-
and
I
10
told you what
minutes
I
over,
saw
but
this morning.
I wanted to take your call because I don't want.
The only Mandela effect that I've got that is truly mine, need input channel. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who that is?
I've seen them around. I don't know them or anything.
Yeah, need input channel is also an electrical engineer. He was in a military family.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he that gets into a whole nother thing. How about let's just say. Anyway, he said, "Hey, Raw, thank you so much for showing us this new Mandela effect." Okay, now guess what it was? And this is my only claim to fame, except when Scare Performance.
Mm-hmm.
You know who that is? Dan?
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. I told Dan about C3PO Silver.
Mm-hmm.
And he broadcast it worldwide. Okay, then Need Input channel, though, God bless him. I said, hey, Need Input, I found a new Mandela effect. Now, even though this sounds really simple, it's very serious.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the drummer to Peter Criss, the drummer of my dad, by the way, not only worked for NASA, long story short, professional drummer as well. And then so Peter Criss now has green makeup, like face paint, on his eyes. And that's my only Mandela effect that I would call truly mine.
What band is that?
Kiss.
Oh, green on his eyes.
You know they have the face makeup?
Yeah, I
They
don't
have the
remember any
face-
green
they have the
on
face
any of
paint?
their faces. I don't remember any
Yeah.
green.
Peter-
Seemed like it was white,
Peter
black,
Criss.
and maybe some red.
Yeah, white and black. That was it. But Peter Criss now has green makeup on his eyes.
My brother was born in '65, so he loved Kiss, and he had a big poster on the wall, and I always would look at that creepy poster. None of them had green.
I was born 20 years before your brother. Okay, I know Kiss band. I mean, that's what we grew up to in the 70s. And I'm telling you right now, Peter Criss never had green makeup on his eyes.
That's crazy.
Now he does.
I gotta look up a picture.
Hey Shane, I know it's getting late, and then I'd love to speak with you about the coronavirus and all this stuff. And believe it or not, I'm having a deja vu experience right now. talking with you. I'm serious. And Shane, I'm so sorry I didn't get to meet you up in Sun Valley. You know, Ketchum.
Yeah.
I gotta shake hands. I gotta shake hands with Suso.
Yeah.
I shook
Suso's
hands
awesome.
with Suso. I said, hey, Suso, it's me, Raul. And and we shook hands. And then I met a couple of the guys, you know, Darkwolf, Jerry, and a couple of the guys. But I had a girlfriend with me, and just by chance, she got very, very sick when we pulled into Ketchum, Idaho. So I had to double back and go back home.
Well, we'll catch you at the next one. Man, I'm looking at these green eyes. Dude, that's a good catch because it's easy to miss. That's how a lot of Mandela effects are easy to miss. But there's no mistaking, man. He didn't have these green eyelids like this. This is
Oh, he never had green eyes. Oh, green eyes. And you know what? Green is symbolic.
See, because symbology is what's going to be the downfall of these guys that are trying to control the world. Their symbology will be their downfall. And my family is Freemason. I know what symbology does. And symbology will be the downfall of these guys that are trying to scam the world with this coronavirus scam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But people are waking
and
up.
So
man.
I know
they push so obvious at this point that so many people, it just wakes you up. You know what I mean? You're like, wait a minute, what's going on here? This makes no sense. So it's serving its purpose.
Hey, Shane, can I share with you one personal experience that was so funny?
Yeah, please do.
So I pulled into, you know, when I was a teenager back in the 60s and 70s, I studied ancient Egypt. You mentioned that tonight, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
I studied ancient Egypt since the 1960s. Okay? Right?
Yeah.
And I prayed to God, dear God, I'd just love to see Giza. And guess where I was in 1978, the night the Grateful Dead played in front of the Sphinx? Guess where I was that day?
You were there, huh?
I was there. And I laid inside the granite sarcophagus of the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid of Giza. And then, you know how I am. I paid off the tour guide and I said, I want to see the secret chambers. And so I got into the secret chambers of the Great Pyramid of Giza in 1978.
Wow.
I did. I did, man. Yeah.
Wow, that's awesome. Were you like into, I don't know, meditating or anything at the time? Did you try to connect while you were in there?
I have meditated. Edgar Casey taught meditation in a very good way, and I have practiced meditation since 1973.
Mm-hmm. Did you have any experiences in the pyramid? Hey, Suso. Did you?
Is Suso in the room?
He just hopped in here. Yeah, he just hopped in here.
Okay. Let me just wrap it up with this. Okay, if I was going to name a twin brother on this world, right? It's the guy I shook hands with in Sun Valley, Idaho.
That's you, Suso.
Suso. Hey, Suso, I'll tell you what, buddy. We are frickin' twin brothers, I swear.
Suso must have heard us. We've been talking about you, Suso. We bring you up all the time.
What did he say?
He says, hey, am I on the right channel? Hey, Raleigh, you saying?
Hey, Suso. Hey, Suso. You and I shaking hands is surprising that the frickin' lightning bolts didn't fly across the sky, buddy. Hey, Shane, I'm going to let you go. I'll talk with you next Friday, maybe.
All right. All right, have a good one.
All right. Thanks, Shane.
No problem. Bye-bye. And that is rounding out our 4th hour. Went a little bit long tonight, but wow, almost 4.5 hours. But that's okay. It was fun. Got to talk to a lot of wonderful people, and you guys got to hang out and chat, so beautiful. Looking forward to you coming back, Nickel, next week, and we can, I don't know, do some more numbers. I love the numbers. Let's see. So we will be back tomorrow night, you guys. Power of One with Eileen and I. And we will use our intentions to change the world. Lots of love, light, and unity to each and every one of you. Have a good one. Be sure to check out the website at uotf.net. There you will find the live stream schedule displayed in your local time right there on the front page. Below that, you'll find links to take the Beyond Quantum Healing course at a discounted rate, purchase our book, Mandela Effect, Friend or Foe, in paperback or ebook, or to contact me to schedule a BQH session. At the top of the site, you'll find links to help support the work I do, access the free private forum where you can discuss organizing get-togethers in your area, Mandela effects, and more. Thank you all so much for being here.